really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They're able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning, they're engaging with their peers, they're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers, they're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience. And so that's where I took the construction classes. I took those, and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. And the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself, and I laid it myself. One thing, I can recommend for CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They're able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning. They're engaging with their peers. They're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers. They're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience. And so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those, and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself, and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend for CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our family share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They are able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning. They're engaging with their peers. They're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers. They're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience. And so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those, and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself, and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend for CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They are able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. they are up and learning, they're engaging with their peers, they're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers, they're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience. And so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those, and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself, and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend from CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They are able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning. They're engaging with their peers. They're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers. They're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things. Definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience. And so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend for CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They're able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning. They're engaging with their peers. They're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers. They're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait, enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order on 4-23-2026 at 6:16 p.m. All board members are present. Moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Bowles, would you like to lead us this evening?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
All right, we're going to move to 3, address the agenda. 3.1, consider approval of or recommend changes to the agenda. Board members, do you have any changes you'd like to recommend?
I do have one.
Yes.
President Brooks, if we can move 7.1 through 7.4 after recognitions and process those first, that would be appreciative.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, Azure, were you able to capture that? And if you're able to, Azure, could you please read it back to us? Thank you.
Mr. Toby, could you clarify, was that 7.1 through 7.4 or 7.5 that you would like moved up to the top?
I believe it was through 7.4, 7.1 through 7.4 after recognitions.
And it was seconded by Mrs. Bowles.
So I've moved to approve the agenda with shifting items 7.1 through 7.4 to take place after recognitions.
Yes, that's correct. Thank
With
you.
a motion by Mr. Toby and a second by Ms. Bowles.
Yes, that's correct. And whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Board members, go ahead and refresh your screens. And we will move to 4, recognitions. 4.1, Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that are here with us this evening. We have 3 incredible recognitions to get to this evening. As you know, it's been a little while since we have had this many students here in the board room, and we are so excited. Tonight, we will begin by celebrating our student athletes, and we have so many state and national champions that we want to take a moment to honor and recognize for all they do, both on the field or on the court or on the mat, but also what they do to serve as leaders in their school community. So, students, I'm going to go through and name a number of our schools. I am going to ask you and your coaches that are here this evening to stand. Everyone's going to applaud loudly, I am sure. And then after we get through all of our recognitions, we will call you up individually and we'll ask for everyone's patience. We do want to snap a couple of photos of each of you that are here this evening. So, I just want to make a quick mention. These are not all of our champions. Some of them had some other commitments this evening, and so we do have a few additional teams that we will be bringing back for a celebration in May at our May 14th governing board meeting. But we're so glad, those of you that were able to join us tonight, and we certainly want to recognize you for your incredible achievements. We are going to start off this evening with Centennial High School, and we are so pleased to share that Centennial High School has the UCA D1 Traditional Cheer Intermediate National Champions. We are so glad to have them representing this evening. Coach Carlos Gonzalez, I think, was in the back of the room here over my shoulder. We also have Liliana, Alicia, Amara, Susie, Holly, Maddie, and Ashley that are here representing the team this evening. If you would stand so that we can celebrate you. I know we have some other members of our coaching staff that are here with us, some other representatives from Centennial, and certainly some of the fan club here, parents and teachers that are so proud of these students as well. So congratulations.
Miss Airy, we'll be doing photos after, so if parents, you want to get a photo after everyone's announced, we can go ahead and do that for you guys.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, President Rooks. We also have wrestling state champions, girls back-to-back wrestling state champions from Centennial High School. I'm not sure if Chloe Gastros was able to be here with us this evening. She wasn't, but do want to just say a big congratulations also to Chloe. Well, congrats, Centennial. We are going to move down the street a little bit to Ironwood High School, seated right in the front row here. We are so excited to have men's state wrestling champions here with us tonight, led by Coach David Lopez. We have Anthony Lopez, who I'm told is a two-time state champion. And we also have Julian Macias, three-time state champion. If you all would stand so we can give you a big round of applause. Congratulations, Ironwood. Now to Liberty High School, and we have, I think, standing behind me here in the back of the row, and that's why I'm so glad we'll get you to come up to the front here. We have Coach Cindy Rhodes, who is here representing the Cheer Advance Large Division National Champions. And with her, we have Amaya Pays and Jade Sellers, who are representing the team. So big congratulations. We have also have the boys basketball champions from Liberty High School seated right here in the front row, and they are led by Coach Wood. If you all would please stand so we can give you a big round of applause. Congratulations. And we also have wrestlers to recognize from Liberty High School, the men's wrestling individual state champions. We have Carson Miles, Zandon Hobson, and Jeremy LeBlanc. I am told there's two others, Ryder and Faith, that are representing at a different tournament and are away right now, but we certainly want to recognize them as well. If you all would stand so we can give you a big round of applause. And I know we've got Coach Brenton, a number of the coaching staff and fan club here as well, representing the whole team from Liberty High School. So congratulations. And we are going to round out with Raymond S. Kellis High School. Coach Chanel Baylark is here, and we've got captains Luz Marian Santos Mas and Brianitzi Stewart, the girls basketball state champions. Big congratulations to you. Stand up. Absolutely incredible accomplishments. We are so proud of all of our student athletes for how they showed up. And this is just the winter athletic champions. So we have so much to celebrate here in the Peoria Unified School District. Thank you for all that you all do at your schools. Thank you for how you are showing up representing your teams and representing yourselves individually. We are just incredibly proud of you. I will turn it back over to you, President Rooks, if you'd like to share anything for our athletes or if you'd like me to proceed with photos.
Thank you, Ms. Airy. Board members, do you want to give us some quick comments, then we can do photos? Mrs. Ewing?
I just want to say congratulations to all of you athletes in this room. It's such an honor to be in the room with you, and thank you to all of the coaches and the parents who consistently continue to put in the effort to make sure that your students get to the practices, get to the games and the meets and all of those things. So thank you so much for everything that you do to support your athletes. And we're just so incredibly impressed by all of you. And it's great to have you here and continue. I hope you continue on with your sports and keep us informed on how you're doing if you end up leaving the Peoria Unified walls. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I wanted to say thank you for making the suggestion to bring in all of these state championships. Winners, President Rooks, I think it was a few board meetings back that you requested that you all kind of be in the same room together. And it's amazing to see. We have a lot of athletic success. But I want to touch on something Ms. Airy said that you are leaders in your community. And I don't know if every student recognizes that. Surely the basketball boys do because they're 7 feet tall. But people are watching you. People know who you are because of your athletic abilities and because your state championships. And that is not a small deal. You're all going to very large schools, and the kids that are younger than you, that are wanting to be you, when they get to your age, they're looking and seeing how you perform, how you act in the classroom, how you win, how you lose, how you train. And I just want to reiterate what a responsibility that is, and thank you for rising to the challenge of being leaders in your community, because it's a really, really big deal. And I would encourage you as you move on, hopefully in Peoria Unified, and then as you move on into your time after Peoria Unified, that you remember that you are a leader and that people are watching, and so go lead well. Congratulations.
Mrs. Bowles?
Yes, congratulations. I will say, as a parent of a child that had scholarships in college, a couple things I remember. One, if I could change any rule in any college, it would be that every athlete should be fully supported, because it is a job all by itself. You still have to, some of them have families and working jobs, and so I would promote you get more money going into college, right? Because you kind of sell their college, right? You're the all-star athlete. And I will also say the disciplines, really the parents as well, because I went to every game and even out of state. But the discipline you've learned in these sports is going to follow you throughout your life. It's unprecedented, which is overused, but you'll use it over and over. And very few people allow themselves to take on that discipline. I am 100% convinced that athlete who gets a scholarship, first of all, it's 100% the program you're in, not necessarily all your talents. I found that out with my own son. The coaching under Coach Feck that's why they came and looked at the boys. And the things that you guys are bringing into the next generation is invaluable. So thank you for all your hard work. It will pay off. You will find discipline in several areas as you become parents or jobs or careers or all the other things and ambitions you have ahead of you. I have to say one thing. I was a cheerleader, and I was a cheerleader for wrestlers when I was in high school. So I do understand that sport a lot, but my husband was a basketball scholarship person. So just congratulations. And parents, I know you're proud. I know you are. You have every right to be. My God, waking up in the early morning to give, peanut butter and a piece of banana so they don't throw up during practice because it's so hot outside. Yeah, I get it. I really get it. Or that really smelly uniform no, you're going to put that in the back of the truck because I don't want those pads in my car. So there's a lot of discipline that goes into parent and the family, because you're kind of voluntold if you're the sister or brother that tags along to watch your sister or brother. But congratulations, you make our district shine. So thank you.
Mr. Toby?
Congratulations to all our champions. It's so great to see all the amazing sports that we are able to do and have such success in. Thank you to the families, the coaches, everybody that poured into all of each other to make you guys win. And I'm just reminded of my own coach's statements of remember who you are and what you represent. And it's clearly evident that all of you have carried yourselves so very well to be able to make it this far and to succeed at your individual competitions. Continue representing yourselves, Peoria Unified in your schools, the way that you currently are. Remember who you are and what you represent. Congratulations, everyone.
Yes, I wanted to say congratulations to all of the players, all of your teammates, your coaches, the coaching staff, because I know there's a lot of assistant coaches, there's a lot of helpers were there. Also to your families, because I know it's hard getting them to practices and being there to support them. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you guys for what you're doing. It's amazing to see. And I've said it before, this is probably the better part, is getting to see your guys' accomplishments and what you guys are achieving. So you should be proud. Congratulations. It's really exciting. And I did, Mrs. Proudfoot's right, I did want to have you guys in here because this is kind of the better part as a board member to see. But also I quickly reached out to Miss Airy And I just was like, I want to make sure we also included the cheer team because my sister was on the Sunrise Mountain cheer squad, and it is very athletic. It is very important. So I wanted to make sure that she's nodding her head. I was like, we included that, right? So yes, she was a cheerleader as well for Cactus. So yeah, but I wanted to turn also to my board members if they have any extra governing board pins. So what we have is these Shaping Tomorrow, Leading with Excellence, Peoria Unified Governing Board pins that we can recognize staff. And so I wanted to recognize all of your coaches this evening, including we have Mr. Mark Wood, who received an award, I believe, for his, she's going to talk about that next, Miss Airy, but I wanted to, recognize all of the coaches that are here this evening. If we have enough pins, I have 3, so we have enough. So any coaches, if you could come up here, please, so we can recognize you guys for everything that you do for these players. Thank you.
Well, congratulations again to all of our student athletes. As we move on in our recognitions, there is an exceptional coach that we do want to call out. And as President Rooks said, it goes without saying, if you know Coach Mark Wood, you know what an incredible asset he is, not just to the Liberty High School campus, but to all of the students that he has impacted over the years. He served in Peoria Unified since 1996 as a dedicated teacher. We were just absolutely beyond thrilled to learn that he was nominated for and received the Spirit of Cotton Award by the Phoenix Suns and the Phoenix Mercury Foundation. Now, this is a really prestigious award, and it seeks to highlight one high school basketball coach in Arizona who embodies the spirit and legacy of former Phoenix Suns head coach Cotton Fitzsimmons. And it seeks to recognize them for their dedication to excellence, leadership, and service to the community. Coach Wood joins the ranks of countless other coaches who go above and beyond to support their school and who inspire and uplift our students. The Phoenix Suns Phoenix Mercury Foundation, along with Joanne Fitzsimmons, Coach Cotton's wife, and the Suns Gorilla, surprised Coach Wood during a school assembly earlier this month. Coach Wood was also recognized on the court as at a recent Phoenix Suns game. In addition to all of these celebrations, Coach Wood received a grant from the Phoenix Suns Phoenix Mercury Foundation for the Liberty High School basketball program. This is a significant and very well-deserved recognition to highlight not only the efforts of Coach Wood and all that he dedicates to Liberty High School, but also the incredible program that he has built and the student athletes as well. So Coach Wood, if I can ask you to join me here at the podium, I just want to tell you how proud we are of you for this very well-deserved recognition. I'll get this out of your way, and I will turn it over to President Rooks for any comments. Before I do, this deserves a very big round of applause.
If you would like to maybe speak first, and then we can go to board members, because I think, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I just want to thank you all very much. Thank you for the kind words. I do want to note that any coaching accolade is simply the result of many others serving selflessly in many different capacities. But most importantly, it is that I got the opportunity to coach incredible players. And while I'm very appreciative of this award, it's honestly the guys the Lord has blessed me with to coach who are the real MVPs. They would tell you that coaching's overrated. They're the real champions here. These men have represented their school and their district honorably, and it is truly about them. So thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
We can go ahead and clap for him.
Hey, clap.
I didn't want to take that away from you. I've done coaching myself, and so I fully understand what it means to have really great players, but I also know that it takes an amazing coach to inspire those players to really rise to the level of play that these kids have, and that's so much accredited to all of your efforts and your belief in them. Just such an inspiration to these kids, and I just so appreciate everything that you've poured into these students and these athletes, and we'll just be forever grateful for your efforts with the students, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Profit?
So Coach Wood was someone that I heard about a long time before I met him, because I had several students that were basketball players, and I taught Sunrise and Liberty, and so they're always dueling against each other. And then I think one of my first school visits, they had me go into your basketball class, years ago, and man, I can just tell you from the players that have come through my life what an impact you've had on them. And I think the best kind of coach demands excellence, pushes them outside of their comfort zone, but more importantly, helps them to become good citizens of the community and really be true to themselves. And I think that you hit that balance of pushing them as far as they can go and letting them know that there's bigger things outside the sport that these lessons are teaching them. And so for that, I thank you, and just so grateful that we get to have you in Peoria Unified.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Bowles?
I just want to say congratulations. And coaching, I've come to know, is an art. And not just coaching a team, but I've known pastors that are amazing coaches, rallying people together. And many professions, I'm sure many in the room have heard having a teaching certificate can help you in a lot of professions, right? But I lean more heavy on the coaching. That art is lost and very much needed in every arena, to pull the best out of your students in this case, or out of even your parents maybe, is there's no words. And the work that goes in, that's, I'll say what I said earlier. I didn't know until my son was being looked at that it wasn't about how great he was. It was about how good the program was, and they would send recruiters because of the coaching staff and their program that they had established. And so, I just have to say, I don't know if your wife works in the district, but I know there is more sacrifice that goes in there than any other person in the room, and I appreciate that, and I just want to acknowledge that. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Tobey?
Really can't add much to my fellow board members except thank you for being a voice into our students' lives and to having that impact that really very few people have in their lives. And so thank you for being the excellent coach that you are, a well-deserved award, and thank you for representing Peoria the way that you do. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I did see the Facebook video where you came out and they surprised you with the award, and I think it looked pretty exciting. So congratulations to you. I could just see from that video that you inspired all of those players, all of the school, the entire school. I could see that everybody was really supportive of you. So thank you for everything that you've done, your wife, your family, for the team and the players and inspiring them and coaching them through their basketball season. And, I'm just very thankful that you're here in our district.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to Coach Wood. Well, I know we'd like to take some photos, and so our students, if we can call you up, and I'll call each school up to the front, and parents or anyone that's in the room that wants to also snap those photos. Let's start with Raymond S. Kellis. So our Kellis team, if you want to come on up. Do you want me to take one with you in the, I'm sure. I know, but. Thank you. We will move on to Ironwood. Can have you jump up. All right, let's get Centennial. Good to see you guys. Hi. Congrats. All right, and let's see, Liberty. Let's start. Want to do cheer? Jump up first. Let's do Liberty Wrestling. All right, and did we miss anyone? Basketball. All right, don't want to miss them. And can't forget you. Like going down the list. Let's shift a little bit that way. There you go. Wow, they're so tall you can't even see the logo. Look at that. Congratulations. One more huge round of applause for all of our athletes and Coach Wood.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. We'll wait a few minutes for everyone to exit if they'd like.
Coach Wood, how tall is your tallest basketball player? We're taking bets up here. 6'10". I said 6'9". That is incredible.
Impressive. Well, President Rooks, we do have one additional recognition this evening.
Okay.
And this evening, we would like to recognize something that we celebrate here in the Peoria Unified School District each year. Each April, schools across the nation recognize the Month of the Military Child. It's a time dedicated to honoring the strength, resiliency, and sacrifices of students whose family served in the United States Armed Forces. Military-connected students often face unique challenges, including frequent moves, deployments of loved ones, and transitions in and out of new schools and new communities. Tonight, we are especially proud to recognize one school in particular in our district, Country Meadows Elementary School, for earning the designation of a Purple Star School. The Purple Star designation is awarded to schools that go above and beyond to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of military-connected students and their families. This honor reflects a school-wide commitment to creating a welcoming and supportive environment where military families feel understood, valued, and connected. Country Meadows has demonstrated this commitment by intentionally building systems of support, fostering staff awareness, and strengthening connections with military families to ensure that those students who transition in and out of Country Meadows are met with compassion and a sense of belonging throughout their educational journey. Currently, there are 21 military-connected students enrolled at Country Meadows. Here with us this evening from the administration team at Country Meadows Elementary is Principal Bridget Stockwell and Assistant Principals Julia Washburn and Tim Reed. And I want to mention that Mr. Reed also happens to be a veteran and has been very key in bringing this Purple Star designation to Country Meadows Elementary School. So a big round of applause for Country Meadows. I would also like to take a moment to introduce Stacy Holland, who is here with us from Luke Air Force Base. She is the School Liaison Program Manager and the Arizona State Lead for Military Connected Students. And so in her role, she helps to bridge those connections between Luke Air Force Base and the schools across the state to make sure they are best supporting their military connected families. So Stacy, thank you for being here with us this evening. And I want to mention that Ms. Holland brought a little something for all of our military-connected students at Country Meadows Elementary. So we are providing 21 of these packets with all kinds of goodies in them to Principal Stockwell to bring back to Country Meadows Elementary and to give to each of those students. I understand that they've had a celebration to highlight, recognize all of those families on their campus as well during this month. So we want to say thank you to all of our families that are serving, and we want to say a special thank you to those students who certainly often sacrifice so much because they have parents that are serving. I'll note that here in the Peoria Unified School District, we have 1,596 military connected children, and so we do want to just recognize them during this special month here in April. So at this time, I can invite Principal Stockwell as well as Ms. Holland up to the podium, and President Rooks, certainly if you have any comments that you'd like to share.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. Yes, please. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments you'd like to share?
Yes, I'll allow Principal Stockwell to get up there. So something that I brought this to quite some time ago. I brought this to Mr. Molino, that this was out there, and said, you know, I'd really love to see us, Peoria Unified, do this. So I'm grateful that he was willing to take that on and that it's been carried forward and that Country Meadows was chosen. So thank you so much for continuing this and honoring the families. And I know you had a celebration, the festival over the weekend, and so that was really great. I got to go out there to see all of your great families, and it was really nice to celebrate your families and all your students there. And Ms. Holland, thank you so much for coming out and working with our families and students. Anything we can do to continue strengthening the relationship, please let us know. And
I'd like to thank the district. We have many military students and families that's gravitating towards Peoria Unified School District. So we hope to have more Purple Star schools here in your district. Please let us know. I work directly with the Department of Education, the military liaison. So between myself and between the Department of Education, we love to see new Purple Star schools.
Thank you.
I don't know that there's anything more endearing and more courageous than just recognizing those in our district that are serving our nation in that very special way. And I was saying to Ms. Ewing, as you were coming up, you know, she's the one that made this happen. She really brought it forward and made sure that everyone was aware that this was a possibility, and then handed it off to you. And so thank you, Principal Bagwell, as always, for leading and for making things happen. And I hope that these students just feel seen, that we know and recognize that it's an incredible sacrifice that they are making in order to protect this great nation. And so thank you for providing our students a way to be seen and to be known and to be supported.
Mrs. Bowles?
When I went to the the patriotic speech, I had to remember what event. And I saw someone representing the Air Force Base and what they gave out as an award. I was trying to figure out who that was and why I didn't know they did this. So I didn't even know that our district did this. I do remember it being mentioned before I was on the board. So wow, I don't even know what to say. Like, the military families to me are, I don't know if I could do what they do. And to support them is very, very close to my heart. Having, some family even in the infantry and other divisions of the military and retired even. So second I want to say not congratulations, thank you for your service. And to be in the service and come into the classroom, that's another caliber. So thank you for both, because I know you bring discipline that even the athletes in the room don't fully have yet. But thank you for what you're doing in our schools. And if we can be of any help, gathering more students, more schools, even in and outside of our district, that would be amazing. I'd be willing to help with that. Thank you.
Mr. Toby?
So this is a program that's special for me, being one of the 1,500 military families in this district. We're not a family at Country Meadows, but I think that at any school that is here, we cater to the military when it comes to our district. And especially this year, there's a lot of units at Luke who are receiving activation orders. They're transitioning. A lot of people don't know, they're not just an education base, but now they're becoming a ATCC, a combat base. And we're going to be seeing a lot more activity, a lot more people processing into our area. And so this is a great need. And thank you for being, both of you, for the role that you're playing to help cater to our military families.
Yes, sir. Deployment is huge right now. As part of the school liaison program manager, which is what I do, we have tons of deployment resources. So I'm already getting calls from various schools, but if you have any schools in need where the child is having a difficult time, we have myself, we have our military family life counselor, and we have others on hand, on standby, and tons of resources to help support the military connected students in your schools.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything that you guys do and the hours that you put in to help our military families and their students. I appreciate it very much. And I echo pretty much everything up here of our board. If there's anything else that we can do to support you guys in supporting those students, just let us know. Thank you again.
And thank you for the partnership. Thank you for the outreach. And we're hoping we can grow this beyond just Country Meadows. Dysart District, Luke Elementary School, has really built a partnership with us. We've kind of looked at their model. How do they do things? So we're just grateful even for just the cross-district communication and support as well. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly just recognize and welcome back into our room Coach Eric Breton from the Liberty Wrestling Program. So with that, we will move to, Azure, I don't believe it's allowing us to change the agenda. Okay, so we're going to move to action item 7.1, consideration of administrative appointment, principal at Marshall Ranch Elementary School. So our agenda has changed just a little bit. We're going to go through 7.1 through 7.4, and then we'll come back to opening call to the public. All right, Ms. Vicentator, welcome.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board, members of the public. We are excited this evening to come forward with additional administrative appointments for the 26-27 school year. We'd like to kick off the evening with our appointment and recommendation for Ms. Brianne Woods for the principal of the Marshall Ranch Elementary School. Ms. Brianne Woods is currently an assistant principal at Lake Pleasant Elementary School. In this role, she has coached teachers to improve their instructional practices, leverage data and drive decision-making, strengthen student achievement, and supported special education families through the IEP and 504 process. Prior to her time as an assistant principal, Ms. Woods was a teacher at Ira Murphy Elementary School for over a decade. She also, during that time, might have served as an assistant coach to a certain basketball team at Centennial High School. She was also a Master of Education Administration from Grand Canyon and a Bachelor of Elementary Education from the University of Montana. So we would love to recommend her for Marshall Ranch.
All right, if no further questions or comments, board members, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will move to approve the administrative appointment of Breon Woods for the position of principal at Marshall Ranch Elementary School effective July 1, 2026.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing, seconded by Mrs. Proudfit, and if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations.
Hello, President Rooks, Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Dr. LaDuther, Cabinet, and guests. I have been a part of this district for 21 years and a lot of different roles in a variety of campuses, and this one hits a little different for me. This is super special, and I'm really excited about this opportunity. It's a little bittersweet leaving a campus that I've served for 6 years at Lake Pleasant, and I genuinely love the campus and the teachers and the community. But I could not be more honored and more excited about this opportunity to serve as a principal at Marshall Ranch. So and I look forward to getting over to the campus next week and meeting the team and working with Joe to support a smooth transition. But I'm very excited for this next chapter, and I just appreciate you guys trusting me, and I look forward to the opportunity to serve. So thank you so much.
Board members, do you have any quick comments?
I just want to say congratulations, and I'm really excited to see what your vision brings. And I love that you've kind of been all over our district. And so I think with that experience, you can offer some very unique, innovative approaches over there. So I'm excited for you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I just want to say there's nothing that makes me want to scream and be so just excited for you than seeing leadership development within our district. We have such amazing people, and I'm so grateful that you are willing to take on this challenge. It's the right time to have you step up into this next phase of leadership. I'm so excited to see what you bring. You're going to be great, and I can't wait to hear about all the great things.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Bowles?
Congratulations. I have known people in the district that have moved into positions, and I just have to say, an employee texted me this week about, administration, and I'm like, you know what, I text back, I'm so proud of the fact that we have like top notch to choose from for our admin in every school. So congratulations. Marshall Ranch was a school I worked at. I also worked at Lake Pleasant, but they're a unique community at Marshall Ranch, and it was very good. So yes, I believe that you will enjoy that community, similar to Lake Pleasant, but congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Toby?
Yes, congratulations, and next year I'm looking forward to coming by Marshall Ranch and giving you a little bit of time to kind of get your feet on the ground, but
I appreciate that.
you never know when we're going to pop in, so
You're welcome.
congratulations.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, congratulations. I've heard from kind of staff and community members at Lake Pleasant. They said you were amazing, and they were like super sad to see you go, but they're so excited cheering you on. So I can't wait to see what you do. And and supporting the school and the families and the students and staff. So congratulations again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Moving on to 7.2, consideration of administrative appointment, principal at Lake Pleasant Elementary School, Ms. Vicentainer.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board. With our second recommendation this evening is Mrs. Michelle Kolinek. She is currently serving as the principal of Saguaro Ranch Elementary School in Peoria Unified School District, as you know. In this role, she has improved overall academic achievement, and just recently, we got to celebrate the improvement of the school from a letter C grade to an A+ in 4 short years. Moreover, she has built strong relationships with staff and lowered their overall turnover rate for teachers as well as classified staff. Mrs. Kolinek has spent most of her career serving the students at Peoria Unified School District, with 2 years spent at Deer Valley Unified School District. When she was a teacher, she served as a mentor to new teachers and led multiple district-wide initiatives. Mrs. Kolinek has a Master of Educational Administration from Grand Canyon and a Bachelor of Education from Arizona State University. With that, we'd like to recommend Mrs. Kolinek for the principal of Lake Pleasant.
Thank you. Board members, questions or comments? Just need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve the administrative appointment of Michelle Kulinak for the position of an individual at Lake Pleasant School. Of an individual. Of the principal at Lake Pleasant Elementary School.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. Yeah, it does say, that's weird. Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations.
Thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, Cabinet, Dr. Summers, Dr. Luzer. I am so excited. I know I stood here just 2 weeks ago telling you how proud I was of my staff at Soar Ranch and all the accomplishments that we've had. So it's bittersweet for me. I love that community and I love the staff, and we've really grown, but I am really looking forward to my new adventure, and I'm taking on the staff and community of Lake Pleasant and seeing where we can go. Mr. Bagwell has left big shoes to fill, and a lot of great things have been happening, and so I'm looking forward to see where we can go from here. So I'm really excited.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
I just want to say congratulations. I know that's Lake Pleasant is one of our larger elementary schools up there, and you have some really great staff around you up there. And I know Mr. Bagwell, Principal Bagwell, has started that school off on a great start over there, and I know that you'll do amazing things up there, and I'm excited. I'll be able to stop on by because you're very close to me up there, but I'm excited for you, and I'm excited for your school community, so thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I will say this was an appointment that when we knew Principal Bagwell was going to become Liberty High School Principal Bagwell, I was like, oh man, I feel bad for the person that's going to have to go into that role. But then when I saw it was you, I was like, she's got this. This is fine. So I'm, obviously you did incredible work at Soar Ranch. And so we're so excited to see that, what you can bring in continuing the amazing foundation set by Principal Bagwell. And I'm just excited to see how you can even improve further and continue to move that campus along. And so congratulations, and excited to see what you bring.
And I will take the challenge.
Mrs. Bowles?
Congratulations. Remembering the celebration in the room. And I'll go back to the comment about being a coach. That's obvious that you know how to rally employees and programs and, all the things that our district is made up of. And I'm confident that you'll do the same at Lake Pleasant. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Toby?
Yeah, once I saw your name as the nomination for principal at Lake Pleasant, it was 100% yes right away. I've seen, visiting with you at your school, what you've done there on the campus, and one of the things, I hope I don't let any secrets out, but you don't tell your staff about fire drills or evacuation drills. Whatever happens, and you deal with it. And I appreciate that of you, because that's real world. We're talking about student safety, we're talking about academics, all these things, and your approach to it, I super appreciate. So thank you very much for the work that you did at Saguaro Ranch, and I'm excited for Lake Pleasant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, congratulations. It was exciting to see you here at our last board meeting with your improvement in the school, and so I was really excited to see that you were being considered for Lake Pleasant Elementary. I'm like, I can't wait to see what she does there. And yeah, big shoes to fill. I know Mr. Bagwell is back there, but I'm so excited to see what you do, and I think the community is going to be really happy as well. So congratulations again.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Moving on to 7.3, consideration of administrative appointment, principal at Peoria Flex Academy. Ms. Vicentainer.
Thank you. Once again, President Rooks, members of the governing board, we are excited to recommend Mr. Marcos Oliveria for the principal of the Peoria Flex Academy. Mr. Oliveria began his career in education in 2008 in the Tolleson Union High School District before joining the Peoria Unified School District in 2014. He served as a junior high math teacher at Ivor Murphy Elementary School for 2 years and has spent the past 10 years at the Peoria Flex Academy. Over the last 2 years, Mr. Olberry has held various administrative and teaching roles where he has remained deeply committed to student success and the professional growth of the educators. Mr. Olberry holds a master's degree in teachers leadership and a master's degree in administration from the University of Phoenix, as well as a bachelor's degree in secondary education from ASU. He is also a proud parent and product of Peoria Unified School District students, and he attended Sundance and Centennial High School. At that, we'd like to recommend Mr. Olberry as the principal of Peoria Flex Academy.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments? I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the administrative appointment of Marcos Oliveria for the position of a principal at Peoria Flex Academy effective July 1st, 2026.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by Mr. Toby. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks, could you repeat who the second was made by?
Yes, Mr. Toby.
Thank you. Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas.
President Rooks and board, thank you very much for this opportunity to continue my leadership role at Peoria Flex Academy and just continue the great school that Sybil Jacob has built out for us and just carry it on and just continue growing the program in our school and make great things happen at PFA.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
I just want to say congratulations. It's just so amazing to have individuals grow to that leadership position who have been students in our district. And I've been over there. I've seen you working with students, and I know how much you pour into them and the amazing things you do. So I am super excited for you, and yes, you'll have big shoes to fill over there, but she'll still be watching over you over there. But I'm excited about this opportunity, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes, very, very, very excited for you. I think that great leadership development, and thank you to Principal Jacobs for being so willing to pour into all of her staff so that you were prepared to meet this opportunity when the situation arose. I think I've had 3 meetings today, and in every single one we've been talking about how excited all of us are for Peoria Pathways, for the future of Flex, and all the things that the whole team over there is going to be bringing. So I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see that, see Flex be able to expand to its full potential and just to see what it can do to help the students in our community. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
Later, I'll be addressing some things about your Peoria Pathways, but I know they were a hidden gem before I knew what actually went on in some of the programs that you're going to put into the Peoria Pathway. Congratulations. I know there was a lot of work behind the scenes. I do have one question. Were you at the public hearing at Cactus High School?
Yes.
Okay, I remember you, and I didn't want to miss, because you were far away and I'm not that great with my eyesight. But I remember you petitioning or, speaking up for wait, we're moving over there, almost like a father would speak up for his family. And I didn't forget that, but so I want to bring that out. And yeah, that alone to me, that is why I think that you deserve that position, fighting for your colleagues in your school. And I can tell you're uncomfortable with compliments, but I'll leave that alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Toby?
Congratulations again, and what a time to be a part of a leadership team on a campus that really has untapped potential to really, under your leadership and under the tutelage of Director Jacobs and everybody else that's going to be your peers there. I think this is really something that's going to be special in our district. It currently already is, but now it has a lot more runway to grow. And so I'm excited that you've been in the PFA, you're very familiar with it. Like, this is the right spot for you. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, congratulations to you. And it was interesting. We keep saying Director Jacobs, so I'm going to have to get used to that, Director Jacobs. But I was so excited to see that we were looking at somebody who knows the program, who has been there with the students, who's been there with the staff, and is invested. And I'm really thrilled that you were chosen, and I can't wait to see what you do in this next chapter that we have for our program. And congratulations to you, and thank you for everything that you do.
All right. Thank you guys very much.
Moving on to 7.4, consideration of appointment, Arts Education Director, Mrs. Vicentainer.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. We are excited for our fourth and final recommendation for the evening, not or minute ever, hopefully. So we're excited to recommend Stacy Hamilton as for the Director of Arts Education. Mrs. Hamilton currently serves as the interim Director of Arts Education in the Peoria School District. Throughout her 2 decades with us, she has consistently demonstrated an extraordinary ability to design, strengthen, and advocate for high-quality arts programming. Prior to this appointment, she was the Arts Education Program Manager, where she expanded the arts offerings for students. She was also the district's first ever arts education instructional coach for 6 years, providing district support, direct support for arts educators. Her career began as a band teacher at Desert Harbor, Park Ridge, and Sunset Heights elementary schools. She holds a master's degree of educational leadership and a Bachelor of Music Education from NAU. With that, we'd like to recommend Mrs. Stacey Hamilton for the Director of Arts Education.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments? I just need a motion on the floor.
I will move to approve the appointment of Stacy Hamilton for the position of Arts Education Director effective July 1st, 2026.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board. It's a long list. Dr. Summers, Dr. LaDucer, our amazing cabinet, colleagues, family, friends, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm so grateful to continue working with this amazing team of arts educators that I'm blessed to work with every day, and to continue to work alongside them, as well as our site administrators and our district leadership, and just to really strengthen what we're doing in Peoria Unified. Being a part of a community that celebrates arts education is so incredibly important to me, so much so that we bring our own 2 children to Peoria Unified to get the benefit of what we all do here, and that, of course, in our family includes arts education as well as many other programs. But it's just such an honor to continue to serve this community, and I am grateful to see what we can do together to give students more access and continue to pursue that excellence. So thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, quick comment there?
Congratulations. When we were at when I was at the Peoria Arts Festival, and I ran into Mr. Panzer,
I know him.
and he was just commenting, he was just commenting on what a great job you'd been doing and so forth. And then I got an opportunity to sit next to you when we were watching the play, and you are so right for this role. I am so excited that you're in this role. You have already been doing amazing things as the interim, that now you get to have the title of actually being the director. So I'm very excited for you, and I'm excited for what you bring to this. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Before I congratulate you, I did just want to say thank you to Ms. Vicentainer. She has been doing interviews like a savage human being for the past over a month, and so just thank you, and the whole team, yes, of course, but led by you. Thank you for being willing to be so diligent and so careful and so thoughtful in these appointments, and they're all great appointments. That being said, so excited to see you officially continue in this role permanently, and to see what you bring. I think your impact in building on what Mr. Panzer built as your predecessor, I think, has been evident this year, and you bring a great energy and a light and a brightness and an excitement to the arts, and so I'm so excited for our students and district to see what you do with this role.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
Congratulations. Art is something, if I could pick a career, it would be the art teaching, even adults. I have a daughter that apparently is into the same thing. She's looking into art therapy. But it's needed. This district has always had a quality art program from kindergarten all the way through high school and even into college. So congratulations, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you produce through your team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Toby?
I'm so glad we can drop the interim part.
Me too.
Obviously, I think you and I, we've talked about, some of the people that we have in common and some of the friends that we have. So I just wanted to share that. I'm proud of you being appointed into this position, and I'm sure Liz will be as well. So congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. I did see as Ms. Vicentainer was walking up, I saw some of your colleagues back there that were fist pumping in the back row. So I could tell they were really excited. And that's just something also to look for, is the excitement from the colleagues that you work with and everything you're doing for them and for the students, because that's what it's about, is the students. So congratulations on now being director.
Thank you.
And I look forward to seeing what you do this year.
Thank you all very much.
And with that, we are going to move on to 5, opening call to the public. We do have a couple here, so you will have 3 minutes. Our first public comment comes from Anthony McDonald.
Hello, board and everyone here. I left early last meeting, so I couldn't comment on this, but I really wish the board voted differently with the social worker cuts. I actually sent an email to the board about that topic, since I felt like what I had to say wasn't enough for 3 minutes. I don't know if it was read by everyone. I know Ms. Bowles and Ms. Ewing read it. I really wish social workers weren't cut, and I know a lot of people also didn't want that. It was very disappointing to see the board vote in that way. I feel like votes like that one kind of represent what a lot of people think about the district and the board. Many people feel like their voices aren't really heard with this board, and I completely understand why. To a lot of people, it feels like their opinion falls on deaf ears, and that the board has their mind made up and are just going to make decisions regardless if they have people's support or not. I know some people may not think this, but I really do think this board does care about the public and their opinion, and I do think this board has the whole district's best interest in mind. I just feel like they are very set in their ways. I do hope this changes, and I do hope they become more open to different opinions in the future. I also think politics affect the board's decisions a lot. I think there's a very heavy bias against so-called left-leaning policies. I think this board should have politics affect their decisions a lot less. I feel that might be a little hard to do. I know in this day and age, politics mean a lot to people. I'm very invested in politics, and I'll admit sometimes I let politics affect my life in ways it really doesn't need to. I feel like that's something everyone in here could work on, but again, I do think this board should really at least try to keep politics out of discussions. And again, I do think they should take into consideration what the public has to say more often. Ms. Rooks, I've recognized a lot of complaints about the board and its politics have been about you. I know you said before a board member can't talk about a comment unless they're specifically mentioned. I just want to give you an opportunity to talk about that. I still have a little time, real quick. I think the district can make more of an effort to reach voters and have them vote for the bond. I've said before, I think letting voters know about the consequences of not passing a bond would persuade them a lot more to vote. I feel if they knew, for example, that the district would have to cut millions of dollars if a bond didn't go through, more people would have voted. I know one of the problems the last few elections was not enough people voting, and I think that would help a lot. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Heather Moss.
Good evening. I'm very excited to see the media here. It will be refreshing to see something positive. Congratulations to our wrestling, basketball, soccer, and cheer teams, to all schools across PUSD on your accomplishments. Together we stand united in excellence. Thank you to the board for recognizing that this evening. We are entering an important new chapter, and there is a genuine sense of optimism surrounding the leadership ahead. I would also like to recognize the board for navigating a number of very difficult situations with thoughtfulness and integrity. Your steady approach has not gone unnoticed, and it reflects clear commitment to the community that you serve. At the same time, I believe it is important to share information that has not yet been communicated publicly. The Arizona Department of Education has, again, for the second time, closed its investigation into the allegations against Coach Eric Brenton and the Liberty High School wrestling program, concluding no complaint will be filed. This information, dated 2 weeks ago, provides renewed clarity and reassurance, and it allows our community to move forward with greater confidence and focus. It is unclear why this has not been acknowledged publicly, the existence of this outcome, particularly when it involves one of its own, as well as students and a broader community that rightfully deserve timely and intentional communication. Transparency in moments like this is not optional. It is essential to maintaining the trust. At the end of the day, tough times do not define us, they strengthen us. They bring people together, reinforce shared values, and build stronger communities. Through all of life's trials and tribulations, in love, business, and beyond, I have learned that change is always a good thing, especially when that comes with exceptional leadership. Moving forward, I remain confident that everyone within this district will continue to uphold high standards of integrity and leadership while recognizing that the community deserves consistent transparency, not only when it's convenient, but at all times. And together, we will continue to move through this, and I believe that this is the first of all closed cases into our beloved coach. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Marcy Robb.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to ask for clarification so I can better understand the process of selecting the associate superintendent and the superintendent. I want to be clear that I'm asking these questions in good faith. I did reach out to Dr. Leducer through email directly and ask him to fill in some gaps that I noticed, specifically around dates of service and places of employment that weren't listed on his resume, but I've not received a response as of today. My goal is simple. I want whoever is chosen to be successful, and I want to start that process and have the community trust that process. So right now there are a few things where clarity is missing. First, the timeline raises some questions. An email dated on February 18th was sent to President Rooks with a resume attached, but no explanation. It appears this may have been sent in response to a request. But if so, why was it sent directly to the board president instead of going through human resources? And why did this occur several days before the process was even publicly announced? Second, I've heard that Dr. Leducer has described himself as being a consultant to a superintendent. And yet the district, it seems, is pursuing Principal Megan Bennett as his consultant. Given our fiscal constraints, I'm struggling to understand this decision. The board believes the candidate is qualified to help lead one of the leading largest districts in the state. Why are we allocating additional funds for outside support? Specifically, when we're cutting positions in other areas. I'm assuming that Ms. Bennett will be preparing for her new responsibilities in her new district as superintendent. So is she really going to be able to do both jobs at the same time? Third, I reviewed the interview questions and was surprised what was and wasn't included. There were no questions about key programs like International Baccalaureate or the ARISE program, nor about ongoing challenges such as our shortage of bus drivers and substitute teachers. Instead, one question, specifically number 3, asked the candidates to choose the U.S. president who reflects the leadership style. That feels and is politically charged, and it's disconnected from the responsibilities for running this district. I would appreciate clarification on how that question was selected and who presented it. Finally, I want to acknowledge Dr. Leducer directly. I believe you may be put in the middle of this unclear process. This is something the community is asking for. From the community's perspective, we lack transparency. It's not a personal criticism. It's a reflection of how the process is perceived. Perception matters. Clear, consistent communication.
I'm
from
sorry, your time
leadership
is up.
Is important. If you want me to email you those questions so you could answer them, I would be glad to do so.
Next public comment comes from Jaden Height.
Good evening, President, board members, and members of the community. My name is Jaden Bussey, a proud teacher within this district. I spoke at a previous board meeting about the urgent need for social workers in this district. I'm here again because after that meeting, it was difficult to ignore the message received by those who shared their stories. Students, families, and educators spoke openly about safety, hunger, and survival, and yet the response focused on a lack of data. When this community tells you that social workers are the reasons that students are alive, fed, and safe, that is not anecdotal, it is reality. Your words may not have intended to cause harm, but the impact was clear. Many students walked away feeling like their experiences and their lives did not matter. So I want to be clear. Lived experiences are not separate from data. They are evidence. But if data is what is required, then here it is. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 24 in the United States. Since 2007, rates have increased by over 60%. In 2023, 1 in 5 high school students reported seriously considering suicide. This is not happening somewhere else. It is happening in our classrooms every single day. Rates of anxiety and depression among children continue to rise. Therefore, the jobs that consider and support these students must also match. The board also stated that a teacher's job is to teach, and on that point, I completely agree. Sorry, I apologize, I lost my place. Our job is not to parent students, but when that support is missing, someone still has to respond. By taking this role away, that responsibility is landing on untrained, underfunded, and undersupported educators, and we are acting as if that is an acceptable substitute for real support. The reality is, I apologize, my job as a teacher is to teach academic standards. My job is not to de-escalate severe mental health crises. My job is not to manage trauma responses. My job is not to talk 11-year-olds through thoughts of ending their lives. And yet, without adequate support, that is exactly what teachers are being asked to do. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we are taught a foundational truth. Before a child can learn, their basic needs must be met: safety, stability, nourishment, and a sense of belonging. The reality is that Arizona, many students come to school with these needs not met. In fact, over 55% of Arizona children were supported by WIC in 2022. Poverty and food insecurity are not abstract concepts. They are barriers to learning. This is not sustainable, and it is not responsible. We need to do better for our students. William Wilberforce once said that you can choose to look the other way, but you can never say again that you did not know. Let me be clear. You know that there is a need for social workers in this district. You know that there is a need for support for our students. And now we don't have it. Thank you for your time.
Next public comment comes from Emily.
Good evening to the board, cabinet, and community. Just a couple of things I wanted to lift up tonight. One is exciting. One of the groups that participated in the Project Citizen event, I think it was in February, from Apache, will be presenting at the State Showcase on May 6th. They are presenting on mental health in schools, which is a very important topic to students as well as the community, as we just heard. So I did want to just give a shout out to Mr. Johnson. I know my daughter really enjoyed working with him. He helped a lot of the students prepare their portfolios and prepared to present as well as Miss O'Connor, my daughter's social studies teacher, who will be chaperoning that day. And so I invite you all to attend. It's on May 6th. I think it starts at 8:45 to about 1:30. The other issue or topic I wanted to talk about tonight was just the running of meetings. As we know, those who have attended meetings in the last couple months, they are going rather long. Last meeting, I think, ended a little after 1 o'clock, which is really not conducive to parent engagement. I left maybe 15, 20 minutes before it ended because I was tired. I had to work. I worked that day. And I do find it concerning that important choices like social work decisions, like increasing insurance costs for staff, are made, and they were made after midnight. We know that when we're tired, we can't process cognitively that impacts our decision making. So that's concerning that we are making these really important decisions so late at night. Also, as Anthony mentioned, he wanted to speak on a subject, on an agenda item that was at the very end, and he had to leave. I think he left at 11. I forget the exact time, but he wasn't able to voice his concerns. Thankfully, he showed up tonight to do that. So I do want to just, again, center student voices, which the board has. You've done that in the past, so we need to figure out a way to have meetings run where everyone can be heard, and we're not here till 1 o'clock. I also am concerned if teachers attend until 1 o'clock in the morning, they're expected to get up the next day. Again, if they're tired, going on 4 hours sleep, do I want a teacher to be sleep deprived? What if there's an emergency? They won't be able to respond, right? We know that our response to emergencies is impacted if we're tired, and also, their ability to teach as well. I have some suggestions, so I would love to meet with all of you and we can talk about it, because I think this is an issue that the community is very frustrated with, and I'm sure you are too, because I know you don't want to be here till 1 o'clock either. So I look forward to speaking with you, sitting down and chatting about this subject. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Dr. Turner.
Good evening, President Rook, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, Dr. Summer, and cabinet members. At the last board meeting I attended, I addressed why a student might not feel safe at school, the importance of that sense of safety, and the direct impact on the working memory in the brain, and therefore a child's ability to learn in the classroom. I want to continue that conversation today. When you visit the district's safety webpage, you'll find a wealth of information dedicated to crisis response procedures, as there should be. As you scroll further, there is even a 3-paragraph section outlining the district's stance on restroom policies. Both of these things are appropriate and welcome. But when you reach the section on mental and behavioral health, you'll find 3 sentences. 3 sentences that state the district's goal is to support every student, that a student support team, which is made up of administration, nursing, emotional support staff, and teachers, will assess and intervene when a child is struggling, and that outside referrals may be made. This is the entirety of the district's public commitment to student mental health. This matters. Remember, according to the CDC, 1 in 5 children experience a mental health disorder each year, and anxiety has become one of the most common challenges affecting students today. 3 sentences is not a proportionate response to that reality. At the last board meeting, the position of school social worker was officially terminated. So my question is straightforward. Who exactly are the emotional support staff referenced as part of our district's student support team? I also want to respond to a comment made at a previous board meeting that children who are suicidal should receive help from a licensed professional. I want to be clear. When a crisis occurs, the crisis team is always contacted, and they work with families to connect that child with the support they need. That part of the process works. What I'm asking you to address is for what happens after, when the child re-enters school. At that point, it is our school staff who must be equipped to support that child's safety and the ability to learn. So I ask you, who from the student support team has this training to support with that process? I am asking the board to look critically at the gap between what our district says it provides and what it's actually resourced to deliver, and to take meaningful steps to close that gap. Because at the end of the day, no curriculum, no program, no teacher can teach a child who does not first feel safe in their own school. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks, board, cabinet, and guests, and all that are listening online. As previously was stated by one of the other speakers, I too have had some concerns about Dr. Ledusser and his appointment to this position. My concerns are almost identical to what's already been mentioned. I did not feel that he had the experience that a district of this size needed. I understand, though, that you needed somebody, and there was a time constraint here, and I understand that. And so he did fill the position, which is fine. But now you're going to be beginning to look at an interim superintendent position. That's going to require more skills, more time, and he's probably going to be in there for a year. I do have a problem with that in that I do not feel he has the skills or the ability or even not so much the skills or the ability, but he doesn't have the experience to lead a district of this size and with the various programs that we have. I think he has some good ideas and he can contribute a lot, but he's only been in this district for a couple of years. I do have a problem with that when I know we have other people who have very good skills as well. But I think looking at the whole thing, I had a problem from this process from the very beginning. I found it very convoluted. I had a hard time understanding the associate to the superintendent and then the interim and then so forth. I did not feel, and I'm sure I probably wasn't the only one in the community that felt that way. So I had a problem with it from the very beginning. But moving on, now that you're going to talk about the interim superintendent, it's my understanding that probably one of the things he or she will do is to appoint or bring forth to the board a recommendation to fill Dr. Hernandez's vacated place. I do not feel that if you do choose Dr. Ledusser for that position, that he has the skills or the ability to make such a suggestion. I know you like plans and you like people to come in and have a plan, so I do. It seems to me a better plan would be if he is put in as the interim, that's fine, if that's what you want. But I do think as far as filling her position, what is needed here is suggestions from Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez herself as to the kind of person that you need, and that for a temporary or an interim director of academic education for this district, instead of hiring somebody just for her place with a higher, I don't know, status, I guess is the only way I can put it. I know I've worked with some of the people on the last two committees that I've worked on. We have very talented people here that Dr. Hernandez has trained, and I do feel we have people that can fill that position.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You got the message.
And the last public comment comes from Katie Ridipper.
Good evening, President Rooks, board members, Superintendent Summers, and Cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the many highlights from Centennial High School. I'm proud to represent the incredible work of our students, staff, and community. Our students continue to excel at the highest levels academically. Next year, we will have 3 students who will be competing in the National Merit Competition. Additionally, 252 members of the class of 2026 will be recognized on May 6th at our Senior Honors and Awards Ceremony, earning academic and athletic scholarships. Our career and technical education programs are thriving. After earning 73 CTE medallions last year, we are set to award at least 97 this school year. In the arts, for the 2nd consecutive year, we lead the Arizona Arts Seals for our district with 37 students earning this prestigious recognition. 2 of our media arts students took first place in the PUSD Film Festival. Meanwhile, right now, our school spring dance concert is concluding after 3 sold-out performances with standing room only. Our students are also excelling in academic competitions. Our science club recently took first place in the district science competition. On the same day, our students also took 3rd place in the state competition for the Envirothon. 2 groups competing. That's amazing. We also had our junior Charlotte Greer, who earned 2nd place in the regional calculus competition, demonstrating the strength of our academic programs across multiple disciplines. Athletically, our Coyotes are competing at the highest level. Both baseball and softball teams are competing for the region championships this evening. And last night, our boys volleyball team defeated in an upset victory over number 1 ranked Ironwood High School, handing them their first loss of the season. Sorry, Ironwood Eagles. Beyond academics, arts, and athletics, our school culture continues to thrive. Our student council recently wrapped up an amazing Spirit Week for prom, bringing energy, creativity, and connection to campus. My favorite dress-up day was Dress for the Wrong Occasion, which brought everything from hikers to hunters and maybe someone wearing their sister's 1997 bride's dress. Just saying. So we had a lot of creative moments and joy belonging, bringing together our students. Looking ahead, we're excited to share that enrollment at Centennial continues to increase for next year. 2,160 will be joining our PAC and our Coyote family. 2,160. Evidence that our families believe in the strength of our school and the opportunities we provide. Last, I would like to close out by recognizing our principal, Scott Hollabaugh. His leadership has been instrumental in fostering a culture of excellence, pride, and resilience at Centennial. In a time where misinformation and negativity can quickly spread online, it's more important than ever that we stand behind the leaders who are doing the hard work every day for our students. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment. Moving on to 6, Board and Superintendent Summary of Current Events. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you, President Rooks. Well, I was going to mention the Science Expo, but you stole my thunder on that because I was here for that. But thank you to the team who put the Science Expo on, and great event, and can't wait to see that expanded and to see more happening with that.
Mrs. Ewing, I want to just pause your board
Yes,
comments
thank you.
so that our guests, if they are, thank you everybody for being here. All right, Mrs. Ewing, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you. One of the things I do want to recognize that's happening this evening that we were not able to attend because we were in executive session and then we had the board meeting is Pioneer Elementary School is doing their welcoming in any students that have walked through their doors, any staff that have walked through their doors, as just a really celebrating the whole history of Pioneer. And I just want to make sure that we as a board recognize all of those folks who made that school so special, and unfortunate that we could not be there because we were at this board meeting. So I just want to make sure we mention all of those folks. I was able to get out to the Sunrise Mountain High School Awards, so I appreciate that. And then I just want to appreciate the district staff who were able to help put on both the faith advisory meeting and the business advisory meeting. And I'm hoping that a couple of announcements that were made there might be made this evening, either by the superintendent, with regards to some of the amazing things that we're hearing about Cactus. So she's whispering and maybe asking him to announce that. Oh, okay. So actually, I take it. I'll let Ms. Proudfit talk about that. Anyway, and then we were at the State of the City. Majority of us were at the State of the City last night, and I just want to say thank you so much for mentioning our great program, the MET program, on there. That was great to see Peoria Unified mentioned, and it's just great to see all the economic prosperity that's happening within our community and how Peoria Unified is a big part of that. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I was able to attend business advisory this morning. So what Ms. Ewing was alluding to, there's actually two things. I know that there's a lot of talk and swirl on social media. Listen to my comments from last board meeting. Not everything on social media is real. We have incredible contract fulfillment numbers happening right now. We have great people advancing. We have great people coming in. What Ms. Ewing was alluding to, though, is our Cactus 712 model is almost at a wait list. So we're almost going to have to wait list that. And so I think that's a really exciting news for our district, and also it speaks to the work I think that Dr. Summers and Cabinet did to ensure that our students were receiving the message of the unique opportunity with Cactus. I wanted to thank Mayor Beck. As Ms. Ewing said, we were out at State of the City last night talking about all the great things that have been happening in Peoria. We also got Caldwell Barbecue. We have a bunch of new restaurants, and it's going to be really, I think, exciting to see the way the economic development is going to be able to positively impact our school district. I was able to attend district track meets for both the younger kids, and I wanted to specifically thank Coach Herder. They kind of have them in bunches, and so the bunch that I went to was held at Sunrise Mountain, and Coach Herder, who leads up the track team at Sunrise Mountain, was able to keep that meet running and be able to help those young athletes. Then finally, I was able to attend with Mrs. Bowles, the Maricopa County Superintendent, Shelley Boggs. She had her school board training. This is the second training, I think, that she's held since she's come in. I was not able to attend on Friday because my daughter was sick, but I was able to attend Saturday, and I know Friday Mrs. Rodriguez attended with Mrs. Bowles. She really does such a great job with her school board trainings. We dug into finances, we dug into special education. It's just a really great event, and so thank you to Superintendent Boggs for having us out and for organizing a training that I feel like I walk away with pages of notes and lots of tangible takeaways to implement ideas in the district. So, and then thank you, Marcy, for coming out and for being willing to do that. I wanted to make a statement. I'm going to get on a soapbox again. It's just important to do this. I wanted to take a minute to recognize one of our school leaders, Scott Hollabaugh. I'm writing this out so I don't get off track here. This has been, I'm sure many of you know, a very incredibly challenging year for Centennial. And the steady leadership of Scott Hollabaugh has maintained the focus not on the chaos, but on the academic success of the students. Not just Scott, but also the Centennial staff, Mrs. Riddiper, Kelly Smalley, Darren Schoolcraft, have really, in this time of absolute madness, maintained the focus on the students and ensuring that momentum is moving forward. Centennial, you heard a lot of what Ms. Riddiper said, but you may not know they're our AP capstone school, and in a lot of ways, they're leading our district. I think the AP capstone, which we discussed last board meeting, is a pilot program that has the opportunity to really change how we think about academic rigor in our district and lead the way as we always seek to give the very best for our students. More than anything, Mr. Hollabaugh has been completely unwavering and steady in his leadership, and even though I know this has been an incredibly gut-wrenching time for him specifically, you would not know that when you walk on that campus, and we were there this morning. So I just wanted to express my gratitude for Mr. Hollabaugh's leadership and to the whole leadership team at Centennial High School. Final thought, we're at a very important, I think, societal inflection point where we get to decide what and who we stand for and what kind of values we want to be magnified within our district. And we don't want to allow our narrative to be told by anyone else. So it's time to come together as a community. Parents, I have a plea for you, those watching. If you're choosing to give your child a cell phone, please monitor that cell phone. We are doing all we can to keep kids safe, but this is not something that we can do alone. Parents will always and forever be a child's first and foremost line of defense. And so please speak with your children about our cell phone policy that we have implemented as a board at schools. Please support our teachers as they try to enforce that policy. Check your children's cell phone usage. And I'm saying this for myself. If anyone out there sees my kids acting crazy, you best be calling me. We're a village and we have to do this together. So that is my plea to the community. Keeping kids safe is not something we can just policy up here at the district level. We have to do it together. And there's nothing I think we are more committed to than that. So please, let's work together. Let's get this done. And final thought, before we raise pitchforks and go to social media, what if we just picked up the phone? I know all of us, we're always open, we're always willing to talk. District is always here. So just pick up the phone, let's call, let's talk about it, and let's do this together. Let's keep our kids safe and keep moving forward. Thank you.
If you could please hold the applause so we can continue our meeting, so we're not here till midnight. Thank you. Mrs. Bowles, continue.
Thank you, President Rooks. I want to also speak about the school board training. Prior to the training, had people from out of state saying, hey, could you refer us to anybody that, does school board training? I am positive that we have a jewel in the school superintendent office, Maricopa County, and that's Shelley Boggs. She only leads with excellence. But I like what Ms. Prophet said. The training is vast, but so needed, and even things that I didn't know was being presented, and I'm like, wow, you know what, that really helped. So I'm very proud of what we have here in Arizona, and it is the most excellent training that I know is out there. I even had some administrators email and say, is this another boring training, because I've been, on the board for 15 years and, whatever in other districts. I'm like, look, this is not that kind of training. So I put a shout out. I really want to emphasize that our CFO was Ms. Rodriguez, was the only CFO in the building. And I was very proud of that. I was sitting next to her on Friday and, there were some scary moments because, we talk very real at these trainings. But I just was very proud of the fact that our CFO was there. And it was an excellent training. State of the City, Mayor Beck, I also was there last night, and always an amazing celebration. Sorry to see him leaving office. He supports this district more than people know. Mayor Beck has, as Ms. Proudfitz already alluded to, the business and the economic growth that he's brought to Peoria is more than I've ever seen since I've lived here almost 30 years. No relation to Haley Beck. I only need to say that. Mayor Beck is outstanding in so many ways. And if you don't know this, I'm going to say this because if he were here, he'd be embarrassed. He comes from foster care. He comes from a world that he created a business out of the back of his truck. We have some amazing leaders in Peoria. I won't mention the other ones, but just some amazing leaders. eCampus and Peoria Pathways, I said earlier that I was going to mention them. I am so excited that we have this, that we're developing on a campus, and I happen to be able to be in a training that our eCampus did for another program last week, I believe. It seems like one big day. And Peoria Pathways, our new director of Peoria Pathways, if she's still in the room, we'll be doing another presentation, I believe, next Friday. I have to remember what day it is, not tomorrow, but next week. So, yeah, out there and pounding the pavement and getting students, and it's just, I've said it earlier, and I really mean it. That is a jewel in our district, and I'm grateful that they're here, and the vision that they have is amazing. So that's all I have.
Mr. Toby?
Yes, I agree with Mrs. Bowles as far as eCampus and PFA and our new Peoria Pathways being one of our many gems of our district. If you look later on the agenda, you're going to see our enrollment report for the month, which compares what our numbers are at this month versus last year at the same time. And the two campuses that increased enrollment were PFA and eCampus. So I just want to give them a shout out. Great work that you guys are already doing. We're a month into this plan that Director Jacobs has envisioned. And I only expect that to expand. I also attended the business advisory breakfast this morning with Mrs. Proudfit, Mrs. Ewing, talking to business leaders from around our district that are also invested in Peoria Unified, not just from a potential employer aspect, but they care about, if Peoria Unified does well, their businesses do well. They are invested in partnership with our district, and it was great to talk to some of those folks there. I also had the chance to attend the Illuminate dance at Centennial High School. Fabulous work by all the students involved, especially Future Coyotes and the Mother's Booster. That was a pretty special treat. They performed very well. They should be wrapping up here in about 30 minutes, but we're very excited to have Centennial put on such a great performance. And on the topic of Centennial, I know that it's been through the ringer this last, year, essentially. And the way that the staff and leadership has held it together to keep the main thing, and that's educating our students. And every time I've been on that campus, there's been unwavering dedication to that, focusing on the education of our students carrying forward despite all the noise that's happening right now. So I applaud you guys at Centennial for your professionalism and your behavior towards the situation. So thank you for that. That's all I have.
Yes, I did want to state I attended the district track meet this week as well. So I wanted to say congratulations to all the track meet teams and their coaches and families. I know tonight the Liberty High School track meet is having their banquet. So I'm missing that with my own son tonight. So I hope he's having fun with his team at their banquet this evening. I just wanted to also say thank you to the City of Peoria for the invitation to the governing board and our cabinet members. Ms. Rodriguez was there, Mrs. Danielle Airy was there. So thank you for attending the city address, and thank you to our mayor, Jason Beck, and the city council for showcasing Peoria and what we're doing. And they did give a shout out to our Met Academy, which was great to see. I do want to thank Mrs. Airy. She helped coordinate board members. If you want to reach out to her on a upcoming tour that I asked to have our Congressman Abe Hamadeh to tour Cactus High School and all the wonderful programs that we have going on at Cactus. So if you want to reach out to her for those date and times, and I look forward to that tour to showcase what we're doing at Cactus. So thank you, Mrs. Airy. Last, I'm just going to end with, I was actually reminded by somebody of a quote just to help through everything that's going on right now. And she said, it was a quote by Winston Churchill, "You have enemies? Good. That means you stood up for something sometime in your life." And this reaffirmed a principle I will not compromise. Leadership requires courage, and accountability is non-negotiable. First off, I want to apologize to all the victims and all involved at Centennial High School. That needs to be said. Let me be clear, protecting students is not optional, and it is not subject to interpretation. It is both a moral duty and a legal obligation. In Arizona, mandated reporting laws exist for a reason. When credible concerns arise, those in positions of authority are required to act immediately. What has come to light at one of our high schools raises serious concerns about whether that duty was upheld. Every administrator, every staff member, every adult, including parents, and every leader that is entrusted with the safety of children, that trust cannot be compromised for the sake of reputation, convenience, or an institutional protection over students. And that will end my board member comments. I will turn it over to Dr. Summers, our superintendent comments.
Thank you, President Rooks and governing board members, cabinet, and guests. So I'll echo just a few of the sentiments from this evening. Thank you for those comments. But I do want to start by celebrating our Liberty High School senior, Kylie McEwen, who was recently named a recipient of the National Merit General Dynamics Corporation Scholarship by the National Merit Scholarship Corporation. Kylie represents less than 1% of all high school seniors nationwide, and you may recall we've recognized Kylie in the past for her academic achievements. When last year she received a perfect composite score on the ACT. Congratulations again, Kylie. Yes, we can give Kylie a big round of applause, absolutely. Ms. Ewing, thank you. As you noted, last week we did host our first ever District Science Expo. High school students from around our district came to the DAC to compete or complete a hands-on problem-solving task which required them to utilize fundamental science concepts to predict where a marble would come to a stop when rolled from a ramp. And the event also featured a knowledge bowl and presentations from students around science topics and experiences of their choosing. So we do want to congratulate the winning team from Centennial High School under leadership of Ms. Ryan Bailey. And also shout out to Christina Cox and the entire academic services team for putting the event together for students to showcase their classroom learning. And I believe that concludes our spring learning event. So we appreciate everybody's support through all of those. You may notice some new summer spotlight recipients, Heather Stumbaugh, third grade teacher at Oakwood Elementary School, and Ashley Kennedy, Kids Zone site supervisor at Canyon Elementary School. So we want to thank both of them and all of the recipients we have recognized so far for their commitment to our district's vision of every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. And again, you can always learn more, and we are still receiving nominations for recipients at peoriaunified.org/summer spotlight. Last, I do want to echo the comments about our events to celebrate the events happening at both Pioneer and Kachina as we celebrate their history in our communities. So with that celebration tonight, and it may be wrapped up by now, we had Vice Mayor Ray Malnar from Glendale, City of Glendale, as well as 6 former principals. And then following week, we will have Kachina hosting their celebration on May 6th from 4 to 6 p.m. So we do encourage the community to share all the pictures from these celebrations from their past time on these campuses on social media and tag Peoria Unified when you post so we can share in these moments. And I think that concludes the comments for this evening. President Ricks, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. So with that, we'll move on to the following action items. 7.5 is our next one, consideration of possible action concerning filling the superintendent position. We do have our board attorney, Mrs. Susan Siegel, here with us. So she'll do a quick little intro, and then Ms. Susan Siegel, we do have one public comment on this.
President Rooks, members of the board, good evening. As you know, the superintendent, Dr. Summers, has tendered his resignation. The board has accepted that. His last day will be June 12th. Dr. LeDouceur is associate to the superintendent. His contract runs until June 30th. So again, he's going to perform the duties, if you approve that contract addendum of the superintendent, until June 30th. Then it's up to you as to decide how you want to proceed. You can appoint tonight the way the agenda item is. You can adopt a process, vote on a process. You can outright appoint, or you can come up on a variation on a theme. So I will stand back and wait for your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Susan Siegel. So our one public comment comes from Anthony McDonald.
Hello again. I just want to keep this really short. I just want to say I will miss Mr. Sommers. He definitely made an impression on me, and I'm sure a lot of people, especially when I actually first started coming here to these board meetings back in 2024. I think he's done a wonderful job with this district. I think he's worked very hard during his time here. I saw online he's actually originally from Colorado, and that's where he's heading back to. I'm sure he's going to do great there. I'm sure he's going to appreciate the weather a lot more, especially moving from here in the summer. I wish Mr. Sommers and I think it was Eagle County Schools he's moving to. I wish them luck, and I think they made a great choice with them. I do welcome the new superintendent, Mr. LeDouceur. He seems like he'd do a good job. If he does become superintendent, I do wish him luck with this wonderful district, and I look forward to what he'll accomplish. I think we're the 4th largest district in the state, so he has a lot to look forward to. Very big shoes to fill. I hope he's excited. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment. We're going to open up the floor for any questions for our attorney. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions to our attorney, but I do have some comments to this line item. But do you want to just do the questions to the attorney?
Yeah, that's
first?
fine. Yeah, you can do comments too. That's fine.
Okay.
Sorry, questions
All right.
and comments. Yes.
All right. Thank you, President Brooks. So as majority of the folks know in this room, so Dr. Summers gave us essentially a 90-day notice of his intent not to continue to pursue his employment with Peoria Unified. We're very sad about that, but we do wish him well. In that process, we had the opportunity to open the position for interested applicants and do a rich search process with clear criteria and receive input from staff and community. We did not. Instead, and the result of that is that possible credentialed individuals never were given the opportunity to apply. Instead, an associate to the interim position was opened And I had stated to the community that this was a temporary position and that it should be noted that this position was to assist in our search for the superintendent. So I was just as surprised from the community soon thereafter when it was requested by our board president that this individual be appointed as the interim superintendent. And I just wanted to apologize because I feel like I gave individuals false information by what I stated out there, but that was my understanding at the time. And I also want to make sure that we get clear on what happened historically when we had to go through another replacement of a superintendent. I did actually reach out to him. Dr. Reynolds actually gave a 5 to 6 weeks notice, and the cabinet brought forward an internal recommendation. And so if you look back in the May 22nd meeting, that was agendized for the topic for exec session. So that was agendized to what are we going to do about this potential opening. And then by June 8th, we had put an action item on there appointing Mr. Molino as the interim. So it happened very quickly. And during this time, there was no time for a process, but with the 90-day lead up to it, there was that time for us to have a process. And if we had had a process, these are the things that I would have asked for and would have wanted in a interim. As somebody who is a seasoned superintendent, and that has at least 3 to 5 years running a large-sized district, that has experience with closure, consolidation, and budget constraints, many of the items that were happening to our district all at the same time. A systemic expert who understands the complexities of a very large district, such as Peoria Unified, and how to implement it, the implementation experience on a large-scale change. And I would have, at the very least, wanted to have formal input in from cabinet directors and school administrators as we were going through the selection process, which is expected of us as we do that for all of our high-level employees. So no posting for qualified individuals was done, and there was a lack of transparency to the process. And when I met with Mr. Leducer, I did make him aware that there was frustration from myself and for the community for this lack of transparency with the process. But if the board decides to go forward with appointing Dr. Leducer as an interim, I will support the board's decision, and I will support him in all of his efforts to continue to make sure that this district continues on the path to success. So that's what I have, and I'll pass it on to Ms. Proudfit.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I don't have any legal questions. Thank you, Susan. You always keep us very well informed with where we stand on the law. I appreciate Mrs. Ewing's comments. Her and I have had several conversations about this. So just a little more perspective. Potentially, yes, there would have been time to do a full-fledged search. That person would probably just be coming in right now, as where Dr. Leducer has had the benefit of all of this time as associate to the superintendent, being able, I mean, he can tell you how many visits you did, but literally all day long, every day, meeting with hundreds of employees. And I think that was the goal, was to give you a runway so that we weren't having someone start fresh, brand new as Dr. Summers was departing, that there was a runway, that there was a plan in place that we could hit the ground running. I also think too, again, you can disagree with me or not, I think Dr. Leducer, while he might not have closed school districts, I hear what you're saying, that if there was a perfect candidate that you could draw up, I think we need to be very realistic about the market of superintendents in our state. And I, for one, do not want someone who is outside of Arizona. We've done that in the past. I've advocated for searching from within and leadership development, and And also, we have to be realistic about the market, about who's available, about how many districts are looking for superintendent, and also looking at the results of other districts and what their second and third choices have been and what has happened with those people. It's a much more complex issue. I want to thank Dr. Ledusser. He has really jumped in, and I know that he has had to prove himself. He has definitely, to Ms. Ewing's point, there has been a lot of talk about the process, and I think that was probably not fair to do to Dr. Ledusser as he's jumping in feet first, just getting to work. And so I appreciate how hard you have been working. And not only that, how humble you've been as you've had to kind of take your stripes and earn your place. And I know that that hasn't been easy. And so thank you for leading with integrity as you're doing the job that we as a board asked you to do. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. And I'm excited to hear what my other board members have to say.
Mrs. Bowles?
Dr. Ledusser, I will forever say that being in a classroom with the credentials you have speaks volumes for who you are. Much of what Ms. Profit already has said. I want to go back to what Ms. Ewing referred to, and that was, thank you, Ms. Ewing, for bringing up the Molino process. I was not on the board then, but we did have a short time, as we do now, for this process. I'm not going to go into the details and beat a dead horse. I don't agree we were not transparent. For time's sake, we as a board agreed on, let's let our clerk and our president filter through within our district those that wanted to apply for that position. That's exactly what they did. And then they brought them to us, and then we made a decision. You can agree to disagree with me. That doesn't change the fact that that's what happened. I'll just leave that alone. Dr. Summers had given us notice, as many of you know, and I want to address something that I don't even get on social media. I'll be honest, sometimes I'll scroll through and I'm like, okay, wow, and that's, about it. But there's a lot of talk out there of the reasons why certain cabinet are leaving. Probably the best advice I could give you, ask them, because the things that we're hearing, that's not what we heard. And I'll leave that up to them. But you're really only destroying what we're trying to do. So I don't know what benefit you get from going on social media and making up ridiculous things. Maybe it's keyboard courage. I think that's probably more what it is. But it's not helping our district. That's for sure. And ask them. Just ask them. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Toby, questions, comments?
Mrs. Siegel, just a clarification point. So this action item would be to appoint Dr. Ledusser through June 30th, 2026. Is that accurate?
Members of the board, Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, Mr. Toby, no, it would be for a one-year contract commencing July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027.
Okay. And then the later on in the agenda would cover that gap, right, as far as June 12th through the June 30th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Susan Siegel, I don't have any legal questions, but I will just make a quick comment on Dr. Ryan Ledusser. I have heard from many staff members. They are impressed. They see him as a team player, and they are excited to work with him in our district. And I will say that he's here every day, Monday through Friday, from 6 a.m. till 6:30 p.m. He's invested. He's had worked with Asher to do back-to-back meetings. He's toured all of our schools already, every single one, 42 schools since he's joined on. That to me shows that he is dedicated and that he's willing to go above and beyond for our district at a time where we really need a leader. And I believe he is that leader. And as far as qualifications go, as the size of our district, I will say that he worked in the military, he worked in Department of Defense. That's huge. That is a big task to take on. And I think even a bigger task, in my opinion, is teaching in a classroom with students, and he outshined that. And I think that that is a big qualification to have, is a teacher in the classroom, because they're doing that work and they're on the ground. And I want to commend him for what he is doing right now in his role as associate to the superintendent. And I know that he is putting in a lot of hours to support our district and our students and our staff and our community. So thank you, Dr. Ryan Leducer. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve Dr. Ryan Leducer as the interim superintendent of Peoria Unified School District for 1 year.
I'll second.
Starting July 1st.
I was just waiting for the.
July 1st, 2026.
I'll second.
Yes, Ms. Siegel.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, could I also add that you amend your motion and instruct the attorney for the district to negotiate and present a contract at the next meeting, please?
Yes. So I will amend my motion to add motion to approve Dr. Ryan Leducer as the interim superintendent starting July 1st, 2026, and with the governing board attorney to negotiate the contract negotiations.
And I'll second.
Azure, hopefully you were able to catch that. I'll try to repeat it again if you need it.
President Ricks, I have moved to approve Dr. Ryan Leducer as the interim superintendent effective July 1, 2026, and to authorize the board attorney to negotiate the contract.
Yes.
And that motion was made by yourself and a second by?
Ms. Bowles.
Thank you. Are you ready for a voice vote?
Wait 1 second.
I just want to make, if I may, Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, clear that you instructed for a 1-year contract?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Did you have that in there?
Let me add that.
Effective July 1st, 2026, it should, until
Yeah.
June 30th, 2027.
Thank you. I believe I said 1 year, right? Did I? Okay. Okay.
You did.
Thank you.
Not sure I read.
Thank you, Azure.
So again, move to approve Dr. Ryan Leducer as the interim superintendent effective July 1, 2026 until June 30, 2027, and to authorize the board attorney to negotiate the contract.
Yes. Is that correct, Ms. Susan? Okay. Thank you. And
President
whenever-
Rooks.
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
I'd like to explain my vote.
Yes.
Thank you. I really feel like I think Dr. Leducer has been doing a phenomenal job getting out there and identifying efficiencies and barriers that we have in place and ways we can do things better. And I look forward to working with him on all of those items and how we can support it from the board level. I still think that we need an individual that's much more highly qualified, but I will continue to work with him to make sure that this district moves forward in a positive direction. But my vote is no. Thank you.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes, I wanted to give context to my vote too. My vote is going to be yes, and I would like to just reiterate to the community that this is a 1-year contract, and that I know Dr. Leducer is committed to the fidelity of including the public as we look to find a permanent replacement as superintendent, and incorporating all of our stakeholder groups, our teachers, our parents, and going through the process, the same process probably we went through with Dr. Summers. And I know that we've had several conversations about starting that process sooner rather than later to, again, provide stability for our district. So, thank you.
Did you capture her vote? Okay. That's okay. Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Congratulations, Dr. Ryan Leducer. Dr. Ryan Leducer, would you like to say anything? I will open the floor for you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to governing board members for your confidence tonight. And then I also want to say that I am tremendously looking forward to working with all the amazing people we have in this district and all the great things they're doing for students. Like they said, I can speak to that. I've put together my thematic analysis report that I've been sharing with them and others about what our current needs are in the district, and it speaks volumes, and I'm looking forward to working with those great people to do that. And that's coming after, like they said, as of yesterday, 130 some meetings in the first few weeks. And so definitely making sure that we get that information and data and what we need and going forward with that. And I'm looking forward to, like I said, working with such amazing people in this district. And I have no doubt we're gonna do great things as a team.
With that, board members, I don't know if you need a break or are we good to move on to the next one? I just want to check and make sure you're okay. Okay, so we'll move on to 7.6, consideration and possible action to retain the services of a third-party investigator to investigate allegations regarding knowledge of inappropriate sexual misconduct at Centennial High School. We do have Ms. Susan Siegel to present, and then we do have public comment.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, as you are well aware, the district has been involved in a number of investigations concerning the conduct of 2 teachers at Centennial High School. This has also required the district to work with the City of Peoria Police Department, and it's also, which has resulted in at least 2 police department reports that are over 100 pages each. The individuals that have the employees, the 2 employees, are no longer employees of the district. However, there is a question that has caused you, Mrs. Rooks, and maybe other members to place this matter on the agenda to explore retaining the services of third-party investigator to investigate allegations regarding knowledge of inappropriate sexual misconduct. As you know, there is a statute in Title 13, the Criminal Code, that deals with mandatory reporting of sexual abuse and other acts which we could call sexual misconduct. I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. So we do have public comment tied to this line item, so we will first address that. Thank you. First public comment comes from Tracy Coda.
Good evening, President Rooks, Governing Board, and community. I am here to talk as a former student, a parent of 2 current students at Centennial, and as a teacher at Centennial. I am currently raising 2 young ladies that are proud coyotes. They are my precious little reminders of the positive culture at Centennial. I'm not here to talk about my feelings or about my personal opinions. I am here to request that this board continues to allow the police department to do its job and stop getting involved in the hype that is spreading on social media. We have current influencers in here looking for clicks and views, buying into the hype while simultaneously selling the hype. It is the disgusting acts of 2 teachers, in quotes, will be handled and should not represent our school. The students are starting to realize that media has made a mockery of this situation. Let the police do their job, don't waste taxpayer dollars, and stop buying into it. Centennial will not be used as a platform for a political, personal agenda. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from AJ Estrada.
There we go. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Superintendent Summers, and members of our community. Any concern involving student safety should always be handled appropriately. However, there must be some common sense and due process. When no additional victims have come forward, no new evidence have been presented, and no criminal charges have been filed, it raises an important question. Why is there continued pressure for yet another third-party investigation? At some point, repeated investigations without new facts stop looking like accountability and start looking like a targeted campaign. That does not help students, it does not help staff, it does not help families. What it does is create fear, division, and lasting damage to the culture of Centennial High School. Our teachers and administrators deserve to work in an environment that's built on facts and not rumors. Our students deserve to attend a school focused on learning, achievement, and opportunity, not constant controversy. So I ask this board to stop reopening wounds with no new information that has been brought forward. Respect due process, respect the professionals that serve this district, and put the focus back on where it belongs, our students. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Thomas, is it Burkham?
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, Dr. Leducer. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today or tonight. I'm here to address the decision to reopen another investigation into our school Centennial and to emphasize the importance of due process, not only for individuals but also organizations and institutions. Law enforcement has already conducted a thorough investigation utilizing search warrants and examining both physical and digital evidence. These are processes grounded in constitutional standards and legal accountability. Reopening a separate investigation without these same authorities raises an important question. What new process is being followed, and how does it uphold the same protections? When investigations are reopened without clear new evidence, we risk unintentionally legitimizing speculation and sensationalism. That has real consequences, particularly for our students, who can become the subject of rumors, social media attention, despite doing nothing wrong. Due process exists to protect against repeated scrutiny without cause and conclusions drawn without sufficient evidence, and at some point we must be willing to trust the systems and professionals tasked with conducting these investigations. Our responsibility is to protect our students, our staff, and the integrity of our district. The actions or the perceived or thought of actions of few should not define an entire school, an entire community, and our response should reflect that principle. Thank you for your time and consideration in making our district amazing for its students.
Next public comment comes from Mia.
Hi. I just wanted to say, as a parent in the district, I think this is not only the smart thing to do, but needed. Everyone that knew or had reasonable belief that works for the district should be held accountable. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell said herself, reasonable belief is really one of the lowest standards you'll ever have. You need probable cause to get a search warrant. It's less than that. I know from the police report, not misinformation, that Scott Hollabaugh received an email outlining grooming behaviors 5 months before Sammy Chagoya showed him evidence of Haley Beck being inappropriate with students and before the police showed up to serve a search warrant for Berlocka. So Hollabaugh even asked the detective, quote, if there was a second teacher involved, end quote. It doesn't take much thought to figure out that he had reasonable belief to ask about that pedophile Haley Beck when the police came knocking on his door, if you will. When you have admins, teachers, and staff that have known each other in the district for decades, I'm sure it's difficult to report on the daughter of 2 respectable teachers that have been in the district for decades. But that doesn't excuse not mandate reporting when it's literally your job. It's to protect the students, not the teachers. Hollabaugh can't be trusted to protect kids, and neither can anyone who knew and turned a blind eye. This investigation is too important and pivotal to not vote for it. Hopefully, you all want to keep our children safe by thoroughly investigating this, and even more, I hope it's someone who has zero ties to the district and the community. 2,160 students and parents are counting on you all to keep them safe. And Mrs. Proudfit, I stand for protecting children. I hope you do too.
Next public comment comes from Becky Smith.
Ooh, I didn't know there was going to be controversy over this. I don't know any of these people involved in the Centennial issue. I don't know them. I don't know anything about Centennial High School, but I did scan through the police report and was appalled. I can't believe this room isn't filled with people. When these allegations came out, I thought the room would be filled with parents and concerned citizens, maybe even concerned teachers. Some of the victims' parents don't even want to hold these professionals accountable for their actions, which is mind-blowing to me. I would like to thank those on the board for fighting to expose this and hold adults accountable for their actions rather than hiding it. As a board, you have a responsibility to send a clear, direct message to teachers, staff, and their students that their students are off limits for questionable relationships, sex, or any other favors such as passing a class maybe when it wasn't earned. They are the adults, and they're not a peer to their students. No matter how cool they want to look to their students, they are the adult in the situation. Mandated reporting may need to be redefined to the principals and teachers and staff since there's confusion over what that actually entails. As mentioned before, the Maricopa County Attorney has even made a statement that it seems that mandated reporting laws were not followed in this situation after reviewing the case, so it seems that an outside and non-biased investigation would be in order. I'm not sure why everyone wouldn't support this, because kids and their safety are far more important than if you like someone or you think someone's nice or a great person, because nice people do still make bad decisions or maybe have a lack of judgment sometimes. Nobody's perfect. There's a lot of people assuming that people are leaving the district at the district office because of the board, but maybe I'm assuming that they're leaving because of all these scandals coming out, all these pedophilia things coming to light in the district, and they're probably getting out. This could be the reason. Who knows? I will take Ms. Bowles' advice and probably ask them themselves. But there's been a lot of inappropriate relationships between adults and students in the district. I understand the phone policy at the school. I support that. I don't think kids should be on their phone. But we've seen some videos of things that went on in school that kids recorded with their phone that we would not know happened. It would be hearsay if we didn't have videos of them and what was going on in some of these classrooms with these teachers acting like peers to their students. In DVUSD, there was a teacher named O'Day, and it was very commonly referred to as a well-kept secret. That's the problem with these type of inappropriate interactions that are sometimes kept as well-kept secrets. In the Mr. Orange case, a teacher actually ran to let him know he needs to go because the cops were coming for him. So not everybody's gonna hold people accountable. There are some people who support people who do bad things. Students, if an adult is being inappropriate in any way, please tell someone it's wrong. They should be able to find someone their own age to have sex with or spend time with. And the wannabe influencer was actually at Centennial.
Next public comment comes from Christina Rogers.
Hello. I know we've been absent for a while, but that's because we felt like the district is in good hands. So again, all that social media noise talking about how we're not around because we've left Heather or she's terrible or whatever, I just want to put that down right now. That is not the case. We know that the district's in good hands, so we don't need to be here till 1 o'clock every night. But I do want to.
Excuse me, President Rick, point of order. I can hear more whispering than I can hear from her in the podium.
Okay. Audience, if you could please respect everyone's time at the podium and please refrain from the whispering. Thank you.
We believe that this board is going to take care of our children. And with that consideration, hiring a third-party investigator into the sick behavior of 2 teachers with students and the non-reporting from teachers, principals, I have faith that this vote should be unanimous. I would hope and pray that everyone on either side would agree that these pedophiles need to have a book thrown at them, and anyone who knew and failed to report has no business being around children. I fully support hiring an investigator. I appreciate the board taking this seriously and setting a standard that this will not be tolerated in this district. Leave our children alone. Also, food for thought. You guys are talking about the principal, and if he is that great and that in tune with his school, how did this go on undetected? If that's the case, if he's saying he did not know, how, if he's that in tune? So even whether he reported or didn't report, he should probably looked into if he doesn't know what's going on in his school, because that's serious. This is serious stuff that is happening that somebody should have known. And the 100 pages of report that had taken place, how many students knew? You're telling me that none of those teachers knew and none of those principals knew? That's a problem.
Next public comment comes from Marcy Robb.
Good evening. I don't have anything prepared, but I want to say, how dare people say that because we don't support a third party investigating something that our police department has already investigated, that we don't care about our kids. That is an absolute lie. I do not get on social media. I do not support, I get on social media for other things, but don't support any of this nonsense. It seems to me that Mia Ellis has been the one that's been bringing this up over and over again. I don't know her. I don't know any of this that's going on. I know Scott Hollenbaugh from being in the district and from talking to parents. I think he has done a fantastic job. I don't know what he knew. I don't know what's in those police reports, but I do know that the police department has found him not liable or not responsible for not doing his job. Whatever wording they use, I don't know what it is. But I can tell you that teachers do not support bad behavior by other teachers. We don't support doing bad things to kids. But I am absolutely appalled that people come up here and say that we do because we're not supporting another fiscally irresponsible use of our funds when it's already been found that he hasn't done anything wrong. Stop bringing this crap up and start doing your job and taking care of our district and be fiscally responsible. Close the books. And let's move on. Let Centennial be the great school they are. Let Scott Hollenbaugh do his job. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Natalie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie Adishu, and I'm speaking on the behalf of Mr. Hollenbaugh. I graduated from Centennial in May 2025, and at Centennial in my 4 years, I can say that Mr. Hollenbaugh has represented Centennial High School with pride, integrity, and excellence. He is a very charismatic person filled with happiness and respect for people around him. At Centennial, he takes care of the environment and knows how to handle a school well. Besides disciplining students for XYZ behavior, he is very supportive and involved during assemblies, sports events, and extracurricular activities. However, I'm here because I strongly believe that what is happening right now is not just unfair, it is a failure of judgment. Because from where many of us are standing right now, it feels that the blame is being placed on Mr. Hollenbaugh for actions that were not his own in a situation where his authority and ability to act were limited. I also want to acknowledge the role that social media is playing in all this. This creates a serious problem because decisions like this one before you tonight cannot be based on what is trending and what is being said online and what gains the most views. They have to be based on facts, on verified information, on a fair and thorough process. If we allow the public pressure or unverified claims to influence outcomes, and we are no longer operating on evidence, we're reacting to a noise. And that is not a standard that protects students, staff, or the integrity of this district. So I ask you, if information was incomplete, if people did not come forward in this incident in a way that allowed action, if concerns stayed as whispers among students or staffs instead of reports, how can you hold one person fully responsible? It's easy to say that more should have been done, but it's much harder to prove that there was something concrete, something actionable, something that was knowingly ignored. And that distinction matters, because if you move forward without clear evidence that Mr. Hollabaugh failed to act on verified information, then this is not accountability, this is scapegoating. That is not how a fair system works. If we truly care about student safety, and I believe we all here do, then the solution is not to assign blame where it cannot be clearly proven. The solution is to strengthen reporting systems to ensure concerns are brought forward clearly and immediately, and to create an environment where people are willing to speak up where it matters most. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from, is it Dahlia? Is that it? Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dahlia, and I'm a senior at Centennial High School. I just want to say that I will be attending the award ceremony that we have as one of the top 10 students in one of my graduating class, and I will be receiving a medallion. So I want to personally say that there's one person on our campus that leads with his heart, Mr. Hollabaugh. While most principals stay in the office and only come to important events, he is the kind of principal to be walking around the hall saying hi to everyone and addressing everyone by name. I have played soccer since my freshman year, so I have been affected by what's going on. And I've seen myself on social media, unfortunately, which is disappointing. If you guys talk about how you want to keep your students safe, all your students are online. I've seen my face in a couple videos, and I do not like that. On a personal level, he was a big part in applying to colleges. He helped me and gave me the confidence to submit my college applications to one of my dream schools, which is I am going to the University of Alabama. I got in all 13 schools I applied to. He helped me and gave me the confidence, and he personally sat down with me and helped me outline my essays. He helped me find my voice by just believing in me. He is more than an administrator. He is a mentor that truly believes in our futures. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Katie. Sorry, Katie Riddiper. Yes. You'll be next, Kate.
Good evening, again, governing board members, President Rooks, Superintendent Summers, Dr. LaDouche, members of cabinet. It is deeply disheartening when news and social media platforms spread false or misleading information to create a narrative that simply does not exist, often driven by the pursuit of clicks, likes, and comments. When official statements are issued by the Peoria Police Department, the Department of Public Education, as well as the Peoria Unified School District, those statements deserve credibility. That credibility should not be overshadowed by individuals seeking attention or attempting to become TikTok sensations. I am not a clout chaser. I am a fact provider. The Peoria Police Department issued the following statement on April 2nd. Based on the information available during the investigation, there is no indication that school officials failed to meet their obligations as mandatory reporters. At the time the concerns were raised, the information known did not meet the legal threshold required to establish reasonable suspicion of abuse that would mandate a report to law enforcement or child protective services. As is often the case in these types of situations, initial concerns may have been vague or lack sufficient detail to raise to that level that requires formal reporting. Once information was developed that met the necessary threshold, law enforcement was notified and the investigation proceeded accordingly. The police report clearly identifies where accountability belongs. Responsibility should be placed on those who groomed students, not on those who followed established procedures and acted appropriately based on the information available at the time. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Kate.
Good evening, President Rooks, Governing Board, Superintendents. My name is Kate Manasco. I'm a product of this district, an employee for the last 20 years, the last 10 at Centennial, and I'm a parent of an open enrollment student. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply troubled by the decision to continue pressing into an investigation regarding mandatory reporting, an inquiry that has already shown there was no failure to report. At this stage, we have to look at the why. When an investigation is conducted and the results show no wrongdoing, yet the board continues to push forward, it raises difficult questions. Is this about due diligence, or is it simply about not getting the answer you wanted to serve some unknown purpose? By asking the same questions over and over, hoping for a different result, we move away from facts and toward a narrative. This persistence suggests a search for a specific outcome rather than an acceptance of the findings. I ask you to reflect whether this is a pursuit of truth or an attempt to validate a preconceived conclusion. Before discussing the cost, I want to be very clear. A horrible crime was committed. No one here wishes to make light of that tragedy or the pain that it has caused. However, we must distinguish between seeking justice for that crime and the redundant scrutiny of staff who have already been cleared of reporting failures multiple times. This continued pursuit is putting a dark cloud over an incredibly bright school. While other schools are seeing a decline, we have increased enrollment. We are winning nationals. We are winning science competitions. We are doing all AP testing, our STAR test. Our data speaks for itself. This excellence is not an accident. It's due to our steadfast leadership. To continue this investigation, I lost my spot, is to destabilize the very foundation of our success. Furthermore, at a time of significant budget cuts, the district continues to spend money on outside counsel for this redundant matter. Every dollar spent to re-ask a settled question is a dollar that could go towards supporting our students. If the goal was to ensure student safety and compliance, the evidence has shown the goal has been met, like 3 times. I urge this board to redirect its focus and resources toward the many pressing issues in our district that remain unresolved. Our schools face real current challenges that require your full attention on our limited funding. Stop the drain on our resources and let's refocus our energy on the students who are here right now. There's one right there. Waiting for you to lead them toward the future instead of staying stuck in the past. Thank you.
Next, public comment comes from Susanna.
Hi, good evening. I'm one of the parents. This is just very touching, so thank you. Let me take a deep breath. I am one of the parents whose my son graduated last year. As a parent from Centennial High School, this situation has incredibly been difficult to process, not just for me, but for so many families who are deeply love this school and the staff. I want to speak from the heart about the principal and his staff. My son is one of those students who was top 1% and the capstone, and he earned his capstone certificate. He's just done amazing. I drove 35 minutes for the 4 years just to Centennial, and I would do it again. Every time I stepped in there, everybody was happy, the principal was happy, and they are happy because they're being led by a principal that can support them. Over the years, I watched him show up for students, not just academically, but emotionally. He created an environment where kids felt seen, supported, and encouraged to grow into what they are meant to be. What has come to light about certain staff members is deeply upsetting, and like every parent, it is something I take very seriously. But I also believe it's important to be fair and honest to those actions, to those individuals. And those individuals and what they did do not define the principal or his staff. He's someone who genuinely loves education. You can see it in the way he interacts with students and the pride he takes in their achievements. And his energy he brings to the school every day. Oh boy, can I remember when he got on that helicopter dressed as a Spider-Man. Who does that? So exciting. My own child benefited from that positivity, the structure, and that belief that he could succeed. No, the principal cannot control the private actions of every individual at his school. What matters is the kind of leadership they provide. And I have seen the leadership rooted into the integrity, the care, and the commitment. This moment is painful, and it deserves accountability and in change for those people involved. But it should not erase the good that has been done or the positive impact that he has over his staff and the students and his staff towards the students. Oh boy, they create leaders, including my own. I stand here not ignoring what happened, but asking that we also recognize the full picture and the person who has worked so hard to build something meaningful for our kids.
Next comment comes from, I can't read your first name, but it says Sandoval, so I don't know. Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gandhi Sandoval, and I graduated this past year from Centennial High School, and we're here talking about community safety. I grew up in Maryville, and I know what it's like to not have a safe community, what it's lived into an unsafe environment where I'm afraid to step out at night. I know what it's like. Here at Centennial, I always believe that a child should be safe at school, that should be their second home. That is where they rely on for security and for another life to be able to give a chance that they don't have at home. And that's what I was given. The first year I came in, I was in student council. I was in student council for 3 years, been a part of multiple clubs, a handful of clubs, athletics, academic-wise, and I was on top of my class. So I know the ins and outs of Centennial High School from all levels of perspective, and I've worked with the teachers firsthand. And I know what a good person is and what a person with an ugly heart is. And we do not condone what those two teachers did. That's horrible. But we support Hollabaugh, we support our staff, because that is the individuals where I felt safe going. When I didn't feel safe at home, when I didn't feel safe in my community, I was able to look up, drive 40 minutes, be happy for an opportunity to give me a new life, to give me far ahead that I couldn't provide myself in the schools around me like Trevor Brown, Westview, Maryville. This is a school that I was told about from a family friend who went there 30 years ago, who went to college to play on a full ride scholarship. So it says something what Centennial stands for and what has been built, this everlasting of what Centennial is, and that is something strong because that's continue. Whenever I say I'm a proud Coyote, I mean it from the bottom of my heart because I know what Centennial offers and I know who they are. And individuals in this room are speaking from an outside perspective when I have an in and out from the community as a student. And not everybody knows the full picture, but I do, and I know my teachers, I know my staff. I worked with them for 4 years closely, and I will continue to. If I wanted to come back in 2 years, I know they'll be there for me because they're there for us now. Thank you for everything.
Next public comment comes from, I'm sorry, the handwriting is hard to read, but there's a last name of, is it Gahan? Gahan? Okay, sorry. It was hard to read the first part, sorry.
My students say the same thing. President Rooks, members of the board, superintendents, I come to you as a lifelong member of the Centennial High School community, as a current teacher, a former student, and a future parent. Human Resources, Title IX, the Peoria Police Department, and a plethora of news organizations. These are some of the investigations that have looked into this issue over the last year, and they've all come to the same conclusion. Two terrible human beings did unspeakable things and deserve to be brought to justice, and that's in the process of happening. So why are we here? When I saw this agenda pop up late last night, the teacher in me felt compelled to show up tonight and remind everyone that Einstein's definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Because I shouldn't be here right now. We shouldn't be talking about this right now. I should be home helping my 8-year-old son with his diorama he's working on beluga whales. Listening to him practice his reading by reading me a bedtime story, which ironically was supposed to be The Boy Who Cried Wolf tonight. But instead, I'm here, so I'm going to step out of teacher mode for once and do something I don't like doing. I'm going to ask a rhetorical question. Has anyone bothered to find out how this constant rehashing is affecting our students? Because we as a staff see it every day. When they wear Centennial across their chest, they want to do it with pride and celebrate things like our cheer program, the first place Science Expo team, and hopefully our baseball team winning another region championship tonight. But instead, their educational experience is now being covered with a dark cloud, perpetuating by wannabe social media influencers jumping on the latest trend so people can like and subscribe. I optimistically believe you all truly do want to do what's best for students. And if you think that spending even more taxpayer dollars we don't have on a Centennial investigation Part 8, then so be it. The rest of us will be doing what's actually best for kids, and that's doing what Member Toby mentioned earlier, keeping the main thing, making Centennial a home where every kid, every day, can get the best educational experience possible, just like we've always done. Thank you for your time.
Last public comment comes from Anthony McDonald.
This is a little different from all the other comments. I know there has to be things done to make sure this never happens again. We all know this never should happen and never should have happened. That being said, I hope the district doesn't go too far with safety. Like, what I mean is, I hope the district doesn't basically restrict students too much or get into invasion of privacy territory. I remember one board meeting a while ago, some teachers talked about a new policy pertaining to teacher and student relationships. It was very limiting. One of the things there was a student and teacher couldn't, I forgot what it was specifically, but it was basically a student couldn't talk about personal things with teachers, which I do understand, but one concern with some people was students would have no one to go to at school, especially with the social worker cuts. A lot of times teachers are the only people out of school where a student has support. There were a few more aspects about that policy, but that was a concern I remember. I also remember, I don't know if I remember correctly, there was a policy, there was a part in the policy that pertained to monitoring students more. I don't know if I remember correctly, but I do know that some school districts go very far when it comes to monitoring students, especially with their phones and computer use. I hope the district doesn't go that far. I wrote that in 5 minutes, but I didn't really have anything else written down, but I just want to say, you know, as a principal, you do have a responsibility with the school, but I feel Mr. Hollabaugh has gotten a little too much blame for the actions of one person. And from what I've heard, he seems like a very good principal and a very good person who just wants what's best for his students. And I don't think the actions of someone else should lead to all this. No, thank you.
That concludes our public comment. Board members, if you want to open the floor for questions and comments, if you have any for Ms. Susan Siegel, or if you just have a comment you'd like to make.
I'll give Ms. Siegel a little bit of time to get up there and get herself situated.
Hopefully this is transitory. We'll be able to do this a lot faster.
I think you said this, but can you tell me when we look at the whole process, where are we in this with regards to the report, where it's been sent to, and what's left to still happen?
Reporting, the reporting was made both under Title IX, and the report, of course, subsequently, actually, back up, the Berlocka and then the Haley Beck matter came to the district's attention, and then the district has been cooperating with the police. The police matter went to the county attorney, and in my conversations with the county attorney today, that matter against the two sexual abusers is still the focus of the county attorney's attention. Is that, Mrs., I'm sorry I didn't address you all. It's late in the evening. Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, can I repair that? But Mrs. Ewing, yes, does that answer your question?
Yes. So has the county attorney made their final ruling and so forth?
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, Mrs. Ewing, no. According to Rachel Mitchell, the county attorney today in my conversation with her, and I commend her, she called me back and we had a nice conversation, lawyer to lawyer, and she said that the following, I'm going to be a little repetitive, that the focus of the county attorney's investigation right now are the two sexual abusers. The other part of it is not the focus of the other issue of mandatory reporting is not now the focus of their investigation.
Okay. So, but there is still an investigation, so there could be things that could come out of that investigation. And if things came out of that, and we are monitoring that, the Peoria Unified School District could take action if there is new items, new information that's brought forward that would, and actually I should say not take action, but to open further investigations should there be evidence that reveals itself for that to be appropriate.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, Mrs. Ewing, the short answer is yes. And I also want to remind the board that the county attorney has an advantage that you as a school board do not, in that the county attorney has the grand jury subpoenas and can compel attendance and compel testimony under oath.
Okay, so the county attorney can compel testimony under oath, which we don't have the ability to do that, so unfortunately.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a possibility, if we were to do a third-party investigation, that we could potentially cause the integrity to other investigations or other ongoing court cases that revolve around this? Could that create problems?
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, Mrs. Ewing, Rachel Mitchell told me today they had no problem if we continued on that third party, but we also know that statements can be inconsistent. Enough of us have watched criminal proceedings on TV and heard about inconsistent statements, going to the credibility of a witness. So to that end, the question, yes, there's always that possibility.
Okay, yes. I think where I stand is absolutely our student safety is our highest concern, and our board has been working very hard on the standards that we're setting with our employees and frankly with our community on what we expect on professionalism. But I think that we need to look towards maybe tabling this until we have further information from the Attorney General, because there still could be more information to come to light. But I'll pass it on to my other board members.
And if I may, just as a point of information, not from the Attorney General, it's from the County Attorney.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the correction.
Just so that when you come to a motion, it doesn't.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I just want to say I certainly understand the emotion surrounding this. I think as a parent, this is all of our greatest fear, that our child could be taken advantage of by someone in power. It's disgusting. It's horrific. It's frustrating how long the judicial process takes. And because of that, there can be feelings that we want someone to blame, because if we have someone to blame and we can remove them, thus we remove the danger and we're safe again. I'm going to go back to my board comment. Well, let me say this. Would I feel safe today putting my high schooler, would I enroll them in Centennial High School? The answer is yes, because I trust the processes that the administration is doing. I trust the teachers, but more than that, because I'm doing my job as a parent. And with both of us working in tandem, I feel confident that I can keep my child safe. I would never in a million years want to do anything to provide any loophole for any potential criminal proceedings that would give anyone a way to wiggle out of any impending charges. That would be the most horrific thing to me. And yes, in this situation, the book needs to get thrown at it. But we need to be very clear what the book is, and we need to, in my opinion, maintain the integrity of the criminal justice system and allow that to play out. I think if we, based on all the advice that we've heard, I think that we run a great risk of providing possible defense attorneys' ammunition to use against our district, to use against any kind of process that could, like I said, could potentially create reasonable doubt. What I want to happen is I want the perpetrators punished. They're already not with children. That is done. We have thrown the book at them as much as we can as a district. They are out of the district. ADE, everything has been initiated. We have done all that we can as a district, and now we need to let the criminal justice part of this play out and not do anything to hinder that process.
Mrs. Bowles?
I was in a training today, and it was for, I think it's FIFA. It's not something that I follow, the World Cup, an international training. And they were training about what we're sort of addressing right now, and that is grooming and what that looks like and how we protect. And I wish I had a crystal ball that would tell me, hey, that person's a perpetrator, let's not let them in the district. Unfortunately, we don't. The oldest, speaking of books, the oldest sin in the book is to blame someone else. This board is not, well, I'm going to speak for myself. We are not trying to blame anyone. All I can hear in my head is, yes, I watch a lot of crime, real crime. And that moment when the police are interviewing, they know to be the criminal, and they say, how do you feel that we should come down on this criminal when they don't, when the person is in the room and they don't know that what police know. And it's always way more harsh when they don't know that it's them. That's a human behavior. It's a really hard position to be in with all of what we're facing, but I'm up to the task. I guess what I really want to say as a board member, I don't want to be wrong. Because if I'm wrong and that person's still in front of kids, guess who they're going to blame? Not the perpetrator who's on paid leave. It's just a really hard position to be in. And I do agree with what Ms. Profit brought up, and that is we definitely don't want to interfere in an investigation. So I do want to hear from our board attorney your expertise, and I know you've spoke a little bit to this after speaking about Ms. Mitchell. What would you suggest we do facing what we're facing and knowing more than most of the public knows?
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, Mrs. Bowles, it's difficult because you're the board and I'm your attorney just advising. I want to just outline, you do have the statement that one of your staff read. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but the statement from Peoria Police on reasonable basis. You do have the Arizona State Board of Education Investigations Unit that has not decided to go forward against any of the individuals. You do have the police report that you can make your own decisions. There are things in the police report that are of concern. You have a Title IX investigation that was done when witnesses were interviewed, although you haven't been privy to that Title IX complete investigation. You had it. You followed the processes. With all that said, I believe because you don't have the power of subpoena, you don't have the power to force individuals to testify, that you would sit back, table it right now, and wait for the process to play out. That would be my advice. I'm giving it in public, but I assume that's all right with you.
Thank you for that. That's all I have.
Mr. Tobey?
I was a little bit taken aback when I saw this on the agenda. It wasn't in our draft, so it seemed like it was a recent addition, and I had a lot of questions as to why this was being added so late in the game. But to add on to what Mrs. Siegel said, I mean, we've had Peoria Police look at this very extensively for the last year. Arizona Department of Education, their investigations unit, Title IX, our own HR. The county attorney also has investigators along with attorneys. They don't just prosecute, they also can investigate. And then also, we had our own board attorney directed to investigate. I'm not sure what this is supposed to accomplish here, because I think we all are here for school safety and for student safety. These are all independent entities that are not us investigating it. And so I just see this as another attempt that could potentially jeopardize what the county attorney is going with. I don't understand why we would take away a tool, even though it's not their focus at the moment. What if it becomes their focus and then we've meddled in this situation? I'm concerned that we're taking away a tool from the county attorney that they have in their arsenal to be able to pursue further investigations. We also lack the ability, as Mrs. Siegel said, to compel people to talk to us. So we're going to pay extra money to have an independent investigator to ask questions and have people tell us to pound sand. Why don't we let the county attorney that has the power to compel run the investigation? I'm not sure where the foundation of this comes from. To me, it lacks foundation, and also spending money that we don't have. To what end? So I have a lot of concerns regarding this. We as a board have also been privy to more information than the public has. We know with a reasonable degree of certainty what the facts are. And I just don't think this is a responsible action at this time. If later facts change or dictate otherwise, then we go with the facts. You know, I believe that just like in policing, the one thing that we don't like are people that make our job harder, the bad apples in our careers that tarnish our badge, that make it harder for us to do our job, to hold public trust. And I imagine that teachers are the same. And I don't think that there's some hoax or cover up or things like that. Teachers don't want bad teachers in the classroom. And I believe that. So I have a lot of issues with these from multiple angles, but I will stop my rant and pass it over. Thank you.
So on the background information, I know it states that this item was brought forward at the request of the governing board president. I just want to reiterate that the president works in conjunction with the clerk, and myself and Becky had discussions over the phone pretty much every single day on this matter. She had concerns regarding videos that were being posted online on TikTok, and I did as well for student safety. That was the number one priority on my mind. And so in working in with conjunction, you know, she at the time thought it would be good to put it on the agenda. So I'm a bit confused as myself as to why this is only being somehow pointed that I'm the only one that had asked for this. We worked on this together as president and clerk in setting the agenda because of the concerns surrounding the safety of the students, and to make sure that that there was an independent third-party investigation that doesn't have connections to the district, so that later on there is no questioning around any part of the concerns that are brought forward. And it was already mentioned by Susan Siegel. She spoke to Rachel Mitchell today from the Maricopa County Attorney, and she had said there's no concern with the governing board moving forward with their own investigation, that it wouldn't hinder any part of what the county attorney's office is doing at this moment. So that's what I'm kind of having a hard time understanding, is I feel like honestly, I feel like I lost a little bit of trust here, because it just seems like it's being pointed at me. And it was not to look at one employee, it was to look at, there were other employees that were listed in the police report from the school. And so there was questions around that. So I'm just a bit confused on that matter.
So I think there's misconception here that President Rooks brought this forward to attack Scott Hollabaugh. That was not the case. That was never the case. We absolutely have had conversations. There were things that come up. I'm not going to break open meeting law, although sometimes I think it would be the best $500 I ever spend.
Don't do that.
I won't. Maybe the day before I'm done, I will. I'll just bring the checkbook and let her rip. But I definitely had some concerns, things that were discussed, concerns that were raised, and I also want to say too, again, going back to my comment about heroes and villains, anytime any board member, and I know President Rooks did this, if there's a video that there's concern about, immediately that video is forwarded to Talia and HR. They're forwarding it to ADE. All of those things, PD. I know she had conversations with PD to ensure the fidelity and making sure that if we feel like there's new information that we were unaware of or that is being brought forward by the public, which, I mean, if you're a student in the room, here's a thought. If you want to say something, oh my gosh, please do, but let's call up HR, talk to a teacher, go to Ms. Ritterber's office. TikTok's probably not the best place to do that. But know that anything you say is being recorded and forwarded to the police immediately. And so my concern when we were discussing this again, I want to be very sure that this is not getting mischaracterized as President Rooks trying to go after Scott Hollabaugh. That is not at all what this was. Again, anytime an agenda item is suggested or a board president or anyone recommends an item to go on the agenda, it's so that these kinds of conversations can happen, so that we can have executive session to discuss legal matters pertaining to anything that might have been discovered over the weekend, to really have it out in the open and have transparency. So again, I understand your frustration. I feel like I have been able to say to in executive session and out here every single thing I think and feel about this. I would love to say more. I can't unless I want to pay $500. But again, you know, I can see you're frustrated at me with this. But again, I would just want to reassure the public that this was not President Rooks' attempt to take down Scott Hollabaugh. There are other factors at play, factors that the district is dealing with the processes that we have set forward. So the question before us is not, is President Rooks good or bad or trying to take down Scott Hollabaugh, or what is this a witch hunt? That is not the question. The question is, do we feel confident in the processes and allowing those processes to play out, and that will achieve the greatest opportunity of success for safety of our students and for the fidelity of the process to not tie the hands of law enforcement? That is the question. Hopefully that clears.
Yeah, I guess I will just make one comment then. If we are, if there's a desire to look to our Maricopa County attorney, Rachel Mitchell, then I hope she takes this very seriously regarding mandated reporting. Very seriously. I hope it's not passed over. I hope there is an investigation, because at this point there's been nothing stated that there would be investigation into mandated reporting. And that includes parents that were aware. So I do hope that she does do that.
I would like to make a motion on 7.6 that we table 7.6 until we hear further from our county attorney, Rachel Mitchell.
I will second.
So Azure, we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and seconded by Mrs. Profit. And whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
So I've moved to table 7.6 until we hear further from our county attorney, with a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second by Mrs. Proudfoot.
Yes, that is correct.
Mrs. Proudfoot?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
I'd like to explain my vote. I do not believe that this is the right thing to do. I am here to protect students over institutions. I think that's the question here. And I think that it is important to have a qualified independent third-party investigator when something like this occurs for the student safety at the school. And so with that, I vote no to tabling the third-party investigator.
Mr. Toby?
I'd like to explain my vote. I believe that between the 6 different independent investigations, I think this question has been asked and answered, and I vote to table.
Ms. Bowles?
I'd like to explain my vote. There's been some question about even some of the investigations that have gone on. There's many things that the public doesn't know. I'm not willing to take any risk of another child being unsafe. I wish, again, that I had a crystal ball. I don't, and what I do know is grooming behavior is grooming behavior, no matter what country you live in. And someone brought up, I think it was actually a student, that said we were talking about conduct of staff, and I'm glad they brought that up. I'm not sure if our county attorney is even going to, I would hope that the county attorney is going to take this serious, as Ms. Rick said. Mandated reporting, for the record, is everything you suspect a child is going through. Let me be very clear, because I was the person that teachers would come to and I would walk them through that. Please report every suspicion that you have. That's what it's for. It's not the opposite of, oh, I don't know if that really happened, or no. Mandated reporting, we need to get it down. So that's a big irritant to me right now, but I won't go down that rabbit hole. For that, I vote no.
Motion passes with 3 yeas and 2 nays. We're going to take a recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next thing.
Interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience. And so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those, and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself, and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend for CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student, every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They are able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning. They're engaging with their peers. They're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers. They're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important.
We're going to continue our governing board meeting. Board members, we are going to move on to 7.7 to consider, discuss, amend if desired, and if deemed advisable, to adopt a resolution ordering and calling a special budget override election to be held in and for the district and declaring the deadline for submitting arguments for and against the election to the Maricopa County School Superintendent as August 7th, 2026 at 5 p.m. Ms. Rodriguez, welcome.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Prophet, members of the board, Superintendent, and our guest here with us this evening, and our community listening online. So we have been asked by the board to bring this resolution back. I would like to just make mention that we do have a couple of experts in the room if there are some additional questions as we move through this item. So we do have Mr. Jim Gill, who is our attorney representing us to walk us through the election rules. And then I also have Randy Stein, and Brian Lumberg from Stiefel, who are our tax experts in this area. So as we're going through the presentation, if there's any questions that you may have, there may be an opportunity for me to ask them to answer those questions for you. So just a little bit of background, and this has all been shared with the board previously. I just wanted to share with the board again, just if I have community members out there that did not see our previous presentations. And the background is the district has a 13% M&O override that the voters approved in 2020. Without the reauthorization, we will be losing $11 million in 2027. We did ask the voters last November to approve a 15%. They did not. So in doing so, by them not approving that for us, we lost our 13% as well. We did not renew the override. So you can see on here, if we go back out for an override, we could potentially, if we win, then great. If we lose, we will be decreasing another 11 million in 28, and then another in 29. So this is the process of what an override will do for the organization. Just want to remind everybody what the programs are. Currently in the blue, you see that is exactly how it is in the override pamphlet right now that we've gone back to for the 13%. There's just some suggestions, some slight. When the ballot language comes, we will do a pamphlet if the governing board approves us to do an override this fall. We'll do a pamphlet. The pamphlet is what really outlines all of these items for the community to know what their tax dollars will be supporting. And so I've just included words like attract, continue, keep, because I think it's important for the community to know that you as a governing board, when we came to you with the budget financial stabilization plan, you consciously made a decision to protect some of these programs. And so we have been able to continue a lot of these things that you see on this list. So I just want to make that clear to our community. Tax, the override, there's a tax implication to that. The percentage, if we opt for the 13%, which I feel that's the direction the board gave us in our last meeting, it would generate 32 million. That's a little bit less than the 33 that we were receiving prior for 13%, but it's because our enrollment is declining, and as our enrollment declines, our budget capacity also is reduced, so that's why it's a little bit less than the 33 that we've been seeing for the last few years. And then the override tax rate is $1.10. And just to kind of put that in perspective for the average home buyer, so this is an annual tax impact. So if the board opts to authorize us to go out for an election, if the voters say yes, the impact would be, we use 100,000 just to kind of make that even. So if my house is worth 200 assessed value, my house is worth 300, you can kind of use that 100,000 as a multiplier. The average home value in our district is 218,000, taxable. And remember, taxable is different than market value. It's usually a lot less. Our homes are worth a lot more than what we're taxed on, which is good, but we get taxed on less. So this is there is a lot of deadlines to meet when it comes to elections. So I just wanted to give this information to the board, to our community, to kind of see the phases. So we're in the first phase where the board takes action, and once you have formally called for an election, we have to notify the county, Maricopa County. They run the election for us. We submit ballot language. We will work with our attorney to make sure that the ballot language meets the statutory requirements. And then you have to adopt a resolution by July 6th, but we're going to be way ahead of that. We don't want to wait till July 6th because we want to start moving with the process of getting everything prepared to have a successful. Just a reminder to the board and the community, once the board has called for an election, that puts the district in a position of where we cannot advocate how people vote. We can only provide factual information. What happens, if we called it tonight, then we would have possibly a political action group then be able to take over in them promoting in supporting the election. So that's kind of where we will draw the line tonight, and then we will just provide factual information. And I will work with Ms. Airy to make sure that all of our documentation is factual. We will also work with our election attorney to make sure that anything that we share with the community fits within the standards of that factual requirement. And then submitting a pamphlet, logo, all the things. So there's all these things that we have to get ready to publish, because we have to publish a pamphlet. You all get those informational pamphlets in the mail that tell you what you're voting for. And so there is, in the language of the resolution, you had, President Rooks said, there's a deadline for pro statements. And that's pro statement from the board, and that's pro and con statements from the community. Now, historically, the board has adopted their pro statement at the time of the resolution. That is not included in tonight's resolution. So I will be sharing that information with President Rooks and Clerk Prophet at the time of planning. I would like the governing board to approve the pro statement and have that conversation about the governing board pro statement. And the resolution, I'd like to bring it to our next meeting after we know what the board's intention is this evening. So as you can see, Election Day is what we're shooting for, November 3rd. I will make sure that all of those dates are met and that we are following what is required in statute. And having said all of that, I would open up the floor to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. We do have 3 public comments real quick. So our first public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening again, President Rooks. It's getting late. Clerk Proudfit, board, cabinet, and anybody else who's still here. I just have 2 quick questions for you. Number 1, if you vote for this, to go for this override, what is the plan that you, as the board, have in helping to get it accomplished? And second question would be, what is it that you as individuals plan to do to help get this override passed? Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Anthony McDonald.
Hello, board and cabinet. Like I said earlier, I think the district can make more of an effort to reach voters and let them know what's really at stake with these elections. Like I said, for example, if the voters were made aware that the district would have to make millions of dollars in cuts, that would have gotten more people to vote. One of the problems the last couple elections was people not voting enough, and I think that would help a lot. I am going to go on a little tangent here. I don't know if this is the right agenda item to talk about this. I don't even know if this is something the board can deal with, but if I remember correctly, in the 2024 bond election, one of the things mentioned, I think I remember a little poster that school buildings would receive renovations. I think it was the 2012 bond. Many schools received renovations. Many schools received new flooring. Peoria High School's Old Main received a complete renovation. Many schools got a new paint job. I think Centennial and Raymond S. Kellis definitely benefited from that the most. Not to be mean, but go look at those schools on Google Maps before 2016, and in my opinion, they definitely needed it. The tan and white buildings really didn't look that good. But now I'd say those schools have the best looking campuses in the whole district. I really think Ironwood could benefit from something like that. Not to be mean again, but I feel like our school looks kind of outdated with the red brick and white drywall. We could really use an update, and I think including some new renovations for our district schools on maybe not this year's, maybe next year's bond will be great. I don't know if this is the kind of thing that will be on a budget override election, but I think it'd be something great to think about for the future. Thank you.
Last public comment comes from Holly.
Good evening, President Rooks and board members, Superintendent. I hadn't expected to kind of speak on this. I didn't realize it was, but I just want to make sure that everyone in this room and who's not in this room understands that bonds don't take as much of our tax dollars, okay? And that charter schools and private schools get a lot of our tax dollars as well. And I think, you know, it almost seems like there's some sort of push because we're trying to gut our schools. I mean, every time you turn around, we want to take more money away, whether it's for nurses or social work. Everyone sits up there and says how important and how safe we want everyone. But we're just trying to take all the money away. I want to give you a little bit, some statistics, and for people who don't really understand that the majority of our tax dollars, 11,000 or it was 12,000 went alone to one legacy school, and that comes from all of our tax dollars, okay? We're paying into that. So I think people have this misconception, well, if we say no to a bond, we're not supporting schools anymore, public schools. Well, in Arizona, although the vast majority of charter schools are technically nonprofits, many operate as for-profit. That means your tax dollars are going to a school and then they put money in their pockets. And the way this is done, it's because our state law allows nonprofit charter schools to hire education management organizations. I don't know if you all know that. I'm sure you probably do, though. And they're EMOs, and they run their daily operations. So what this does is significant portions of public funding, public tax dollars, flow through these for-profit entities. And with that, these organizations manage multiple schools across our state. We have the Leona Group, and that manages American Charter Schools Foundation, Imagine Schools, Primavera Online, BASIS, and more. So you could do the research. I think there's just such a misconception that by saying no to a bond, that people aren't putting money in anymore. And I don't understand why we keep cutting money from our children, allowing charter schools to open up, and not letting people know that charter schools have a way to put money in their pockets, and that's our hard-earned money, our tax dollars. I would rather put money in a public school than charter schools, private pockets. So that's all I have to say on that. I hope you think about that, and I hope we think long and hard about what we're doing to our public education here in Arizona. And
thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, board members, questions or comments? Mrs. Ewing?
Just kind of in response to some items that were brought up by community members. So I think it's just really important to delineate, and maybe Ms. Rodriguez, since you're up there, you can do that for us, the difference between a bond and an override, just so those folks watching from home can be really clear as to what we're asking for in the override. So thanks.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Member Ewing, members of the board. So there's two distinct types of elections for raising additional monies.
primarily. There's actually three, but the two primary are M&O override. So M&O stands for maintenance and operation. Maintenance and operation is our daily operations. That's our salaries. That's paying for people and programs. So that's where an M&O override would come, and it's based on a percentage of what our annual budget is. A bond, on the other hand, pays for buildings, buses, things. So when Anthony is our student who is very engaged, which I really appreciate his perspective, talks about bonds and making our buildings beautiful and renovating and doing all those things, he is accurate. That is what a bond would do. Our M&O override, however, will pay for things like full-day kindergarten, athletic programs, increasing teacher and staff pay. So it's more of the operational side. So I always think of bonds as buildings, buses, things, tangible things. So that, I hope that clarifies for our community.
Yes, thank you. And so I know Peoria Unified has had challenges with passing bonds in our area. We've typically in the past been successful, except for this past time, with the overrides. And so I think on that note, and when I think about people and programs, those are things that work directly with our children. And so to answer your question, Ms. Charmel, is advocating that our community invest in our children is what we really have to do, and talk about what is the return on that, what is the and the return is the success of our community, not only success of our kids, because I talk to lots of folks who are like, I don't have kids in the district anymore, or I don't have children, so I don't know that this pertains to me, but it does, because it means these programs are how we can meet the workforce demands with, like going to this State of the City when Mayor Beck was talking about all of the economic growth. Well, we have a lot of businesses that are looking for qualified individuals, and our schools work really hard through our CTE programs to make sure that we turn out students that are qualified for that. So I think that it's really important that we advocate as a board that we believe that our children are of value and should be invested in. When we consider the $21 million budget cut, our community placed high value on all-day kindergarten nurses on campuses, accessibility to the arts, PE, music, and sports programming. So many of the categories that were on here, when we were looking at those cuts, we tried to stay away from those areas that in the community placed high value on. Our administrators came forward to advocate for the high need of their assistant principals. We heard them. It's extremely important that we continue to advocate for the importance of investing in POSD students who are the future of our community and the programs that lend to the economic prosperity of our communities, and to ask the community to join us in getting this message across to all voters. So I very much support going out for this 13% override. And I think that our children are worth it, and I think that Peoria Unified has amazing programs, and this will just help us to continue the path to not only enrollment stabilization, but growth in our concepts of the district. So I don't really have any questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I'm going to keep it short. Everyone knows I support overrides and bond initiatives. I want the voters to be able to decide. So what I'm willing to do is what I always do. I'll get out there, knock doors with the students, gather the people, talk to the people. I think this time we need to have a greater call to action and input for our staff and for our employees to come out to vote. This is, again, it's a shared asset, and we all need to do our part, and that means going out to vote and tell us what you think. That being said, as a board member too, I want to become less dependent on overrides. I think that continuing to do the same thing, or if I respect the voice of the community, so if we do all that we can and get all the messaging and the community still says no, then we need to find a way to increase revenue streams and to do some things differently. to ensure that we're not held by this override. This is how education is funded in Arizona, whether I like it or not. Wrong fight, wrong board, right fight, wrong boardroom. Doesn't matter. This is the hand we've been dealt, and we're going to do our very best with that. So will I be boots on the ground? You know I will be. I'll be wearing the T-shirt and knocking the doors with the kids and the teachers like I always do. And then again, I really appreciate you, Mrs. Rodriguez, because you have helped us, you know, as we've bounced crazy ideas off of you of ways to become as self-sufficient and revenue generating as we possibly can be as a district to ensure that this is not, that the pendulum is not constantly swinging and that we're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. So I thank you for that. And so I say we work at it from both sides. We work to give the voters the information they need to make a good decision, the decision that's right for them. And then we work as hard as we can to, like I said, innovate and meet the future that is in front of us.
Mrs. Bowles?
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for all that you do, and we're grateful that we have you in our district. So a couple of things. The pamphlet that you spoke about, will it clearly state what we are going to spend the money on?
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Bowles, yes, it will state what we're spending the money on.
And then in addition to that, how much, I don't know how to say this exactly, how much will the district give 100% their word that it will be spent on that and nothing else? And then will that be backed up? Meaning, will they do that?
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Bowles, as long as I am the CFO of this organization, yes, I will ensure that the money is tracked and accounted for in exactly how we have promised our community that it is going to be spent. We are also required on an annual basis to bring a report back to the governing board and share that with the governing board and our community and held accountable for how we are spending the taxpayer dollars that we've been entrusted to use in the way that the community has voted to use the money.
I do believe you, because you do everything with excellence, but that obviously, that's not been our history in our district. But I'll leave that alone. Is it the case that we can ask up to 15%? That's the cap on an M&O?
Yes, President Rooks, Member Bowles, yes, 15% is the cap that is allowable by Arizona state statute.
But we could go the other way and ask even for 5%, right?
Yes, Member Bowles, that is correct.
So I just have one more, just really more of a statement. I need to do my own homework because I didn't do this. I ran out of time this afternoon. But I would like to see, probably not the last M&O because that's a while ago, I believe, what our percentages or our numbers are. How much have we decreased in enrollment, which is where our money should come from. It does come from. And how much are we asking for, and does that even compare? Meaning we had a lot of students, I'll just simple math, and we were asking for 13%. Is 13% an amount that we should be asking for, since we've been, I know the number, I think between 2020 and now, maybe 2020 to 24, we're down like 3,000 plus students. I'd like to know the percentage of how much we should be going out and getting from taxpayers in an M&O or a bond or any of that, because simple math would be this: we have less students. Why are we asking for the same amount of money? There's probably reasons for that. I just would like to be transparent in some of that, and I'm going to say, probably until I'm not given the mic again, that a district should not be sustained on an M&O. That's not the purpose of an M&O. It never was the purpose of an M&O, but we are starting to, we have believed that it is the purpose of it. No more than, you've heard me say, a grant. You can't sustain a program. We experienced that last week when we had to vote to sunset a grant for social workers. I know that Ms. Rodriguez knows this because I've had this conversation with her. We cannot sustain a district, a public school district on M&Os and bonds. That's not what they're used for. That's not the purpose of them. We are supposed to be enrolling more students. We get paid for the amount of time they're in seats, butts in seats, as you've heard us people say up here. I just want to be super clear on that. There's ways that we can. There are ways that we should be looking at, and I will challenge every teacher, every person that has been in the boardroom and not, bring solutions how we can attract more families and more students in our district. That's the sustainable way to run public school districts. Thanks.
Mr. Toby?
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez, for bringing this forward. Obviously, I support 13%. I supported 15% last time. You know, I think this is the right direction. Unfortunately, this is the circumstances we find ourselves in. And until the legislature fixes our funding formula from however many years ago, this is the reality that we are operating in. So thank you for the work that you put into this.
I'm just going to say thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for your presentation, and I am happy that you're our CFO right now. So I'm very happy and thankful for that. So that's all I was going to say. Thank you. So if no further questions or comments, just need a motion on the floor.
I move to adopt a resolution calling for a special maintenance and operation budget override election for the Peoria Unified School District, Maricopa County, Arizona on November 3rd, 2026, asking for a 13% increase.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and seconded by Mrs. Ewing. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Abstain.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles?
No.
Motion passes with 3 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstain. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for that presentation. Moving on to 7.8, to consider, discuss, amend if desired, and if deemed advisable, to adopt a resolution ordering and calling a special election to be held in and for the district and authorizing the sale, lease, or exchange of district property. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Profit, members of the board, superintendents, and our community. I presented information to the governing board at the last meeting asking for direction, and you said, yes, bring this information back. We'd like to vote on a resolution. So this is what you're going to see this evening, and this is regarding the sale, lease, exchange of district property. Here's some election information. So a lot of this information is going to look familiar. I shared with the governing board and the community at our last meeting. Purpose, again, just to remind everybody what our statutory requirements are for if we choose to repurpose, viewing the potential next steps following school closure. So this is part of the conversation. We've closed the school, now what? And so the governing board has the authority, and I've just provided some policy and some statute just to give our community information about the authority the board has in calling for an election and asking to manage our resources, hence the property that the district owns. So here's what happened, just to remind everybody, like everybody needs to be reminded, but it's, we took a vote, the board took a vote on March 12th, and we closed Kachina and Pioneer. Drivers, as the board has mentioned, declining enrollment, hence that's a result in underused facilities, and then now we need to align our resources and make sure that we are being fiscally responsible. So statute that covers the legal requirements, you need voter approval to sell property, to do long-term leases longer than 20 years, or exchange property. And these were the two potential properties that we are including on the resolution that you have in front of you this evening. The District Administration Center, which is the building we are in right now, and Kachina Elementary. Just to remind the community,
at the last board meeting, the board voted to repurpose Pioneer to be our Peoria Flex Academy, our alternative pathways. And so we have these two properties that could potentially be sold, leased, or traded. So yes vote does not mean that the board is going to take immediate action. So the day after the election is over and if the community supports this and they says, yep, go forth, sale, trade, whatever you want to do. There are a lot of steps and a lot of conversations that we will have in this room before we make any of those decisions. So just to let the community know, this does not mean, yes, this is what's going to happen. This just gives the board some flexibility to start having the conversations. So there's no financial impact to this. There's no tax increase that's related to this, this ballot measure, but the potential is cost savings, revenue generation, we're hearing that, and reinvestment of our capital needs. So we do know, we have seen reports that some of our buildings are getting older, and the district has not been able to pass a bond since 2012. So, you know, how do we still maintain the facilities we do have? So this matters. We're always going to talk about stewardship of our resources and being responsible and aligning our assets with our enrollment and creating some stability and always making sure that we're staying student focused. We could take this money and reinvest it in our classrooms and make better places for our kids to attend. This is the timeline again. This is the same timeline that I shared with all of you for the override. There's still the same type of ballot initiatives. The only difference with this, and I will defer to my legal, but I don't believe pro statements are necessary for the sale.
Madam President, members of the board, Jim Gill with Gus Rosenfeld. So what I think, Marcy, you were saying is there is not a board-adopted pro statement for the site sale election. Having said that, members of the public may still submit pro or con statements by the August 7th deadline, and members of the board may do so as individuals and even use your board title if you so wish, just not using district resources to do so.
Thank you for that.
So with that, any questions?
So we do have 2 public comments tied to this item, so I'll go to that first. First one is from Emily. Good evening again to board, cabinet, and community. I do have some concerns if this is on the ballot in November. I understand that obviously a sale wouldn't happen right away. I understand that the money from the sale would not go to M&O, the people, the programs. However, I think there could be some confusion on voters' parts. I'll admit I have not always read the fine print. When I get my book in the mail, in my younger years, I would just glance at it. So I fear that a voter would go to vote, look at Peoria M&O, look at Peoria sale, and say, well, why should I vote for the M&O if we can just sell, you know, these 2 buildings and we can get the money that way? Even though, again, I know, and people here know, because we just had this presentation, that that's not the case. So I am very concerned that maybe this one would be passed and not the M&O. We need the override now. We can sell properties in the future. We can put this on the 2028 ballot if needed. So I just caution passing this with the override. I do ask, and I'm going to ask you probably if both pass at every board meeting, if you do approve this and it's on the ballot, I would like at every meeting during your report to what you've done over the week or the last 2 weeks to tell us what you've done to educate the public, because we do need education. We need to educate the public, bite-sized, very easy things to comprehend that I don't know, budgets and all of these things are very confusing to a lot of people, especially if they're not showing up to every meeting, watching the meetings online. So I'd like each board member to report out what you're doing regarding the M&O, the override, what you're doing for this one, to make sure that people know exactly what what the consequences would be for voting or not voting for each component. So how many doors you knock on, how many people you call, how many pamphlets you put on windshields during football games on Friday night, how many people you talk to, because that is what we need. We need all of you, again, lead by example. I did the work for the override last year. I know a couple board members I saw at different events, so I would expect that of you if this does pass, if you do pass this one as well. And I will, you know me, I will be here and I will ask you every meeting. I will email you and ask what you're doing because we need that accountability if you decide to pass it. Thank you. Last public comment is from Holly.
It's me again. I want to say thank you to President Heather Rooks and the board and the superintendent. This is the one I was going to say at first, but I do want to thank you, President Rooks, for making sure earlier, and this is a quote, that protecting students is not optional. And then you did repeat that sentiment again later on in the evening. And Board Member Ewing, she also stated student safety is of our highest concern. Board Member Toby, he also had something to say that it is of the highest concern. I know that every board member here, it is of the highest concern. But I want to bring up what the young man, Anthony McDonough, I think his name is, and he had a big concern regarding getting rid of social workers. So my question is, if we're really concerned about safety of our students, how could we fire or get rid of social workers? That doesn't make sense. I hear the internet mentioned all night long and the dangers of it, and we know our kids are looking at it. We have a lot of children who perhaps are in foster care, who perhaps are, they just don't have the ability or the means to see social workers or people to help them. So how are we saying that we really want to protect our kids, but one of the first things we're getting rid of is one of the most important things? I don't know if any of you have done the due diligence and went to the schools and looked at the records to see how often are social workers used? How much bullying is going on? Do you have a background or an education in social work or nursing or anything regarding children, child psychology, or anything that would pertain to the safety of children, and how everyone up there professes how important it is, yet we're getting rid of the social workers. But I'm going to move on now from that, and the school year is almost over, and we have heard nothing regarding the children from Pioneer and Kachina moving over to Cactus. We don't know if there's going to be buses or more police, or there's been no transparency. So I don't quite understand what's going on. I see my time is running up, but I think we need more transparency. And I want to know about the sale of the buildings. If we do sell them, is the money going to go back into the schools? Or is it going to go into a general fund? Because if it goes into a general fund, completely wrong. It needs to go back into the schools.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Rooks. We don't really have, right at this particular time, it's not really a question, it's be more rhetorical, but we have not assembled a committee to say, what is the plan for if we were to sell the district office? what is the plan if we were to, or if this agenda goes, yeah, we don't have any sort of plan where we've brought community together, where we've brought a committee together to say, if we put this on the ballot and it should pass, what would we do with that? Right? We don't have that plan in place.
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Ewing. No, at this moment, we do not. But there will be conversations.
Right.
And there will be community input as we go through the process.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that there will be community input to the process. So one of the issues I had last time I said this is that my issue was is we don't really have any plans in place. And I understand we couldn't really have exact plans in place if we were going out for a sale or a lease. There would be things about that. But I think that it's really important that if this is adopted tonight, that we at least be able to identify what are the things that we're looking at exploring with this so that we can be saying that. So when I go knocking on doors and they're like, well, what are you guys going to do with this? I think that we need to be able to say before voters actually vote, we need to say what we would be exploring with these opportunities of the funding that would come in. And like Holly said, I think that we would need to also talk about what are we going to use that funding for, the revenue that would come into play. And I'm hoping that with this Citizens Advisory Committee that Ms. Proudfit mentioned, that group could help to bring that to light for voters. Because I know certainly as a voter, I wouldn't want to vote on something unless I understood how the funds and the monies were going to be used. So in my viewpoint, I had envisioned that if we were going to bring an item like this to our voters, that we would have done it after we had had lots of exploratory conversations to bring this up in a board meeting when we already have some options available. So, and last time I voted no on that, because my biggest concern right now and my biggest focus is going to be getting that override passed. I'd like to see this on a future ballot, but just not at this time. So I'll pass it down the line.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I think that there is a few things to consider. Number one, again, the school district is co-owned by everyone in the community. I have particular concern for Kachina. It's not going to be great for that neighborhood when there's a school sitting empty. And in order to have concrete options, I mean, we can theorize, but in order to have concrete options of what can actually go in that building, who can be sold to, whether or not we want to lease it, all of that, we actually need voter approval to actually begin to get those conversations. Otherwise, we're just theorizing. I heard the concern about, well, if they, typically if you have two initiatives, and it's a bond and an override, they say yes to one and no to another. I asked that very specific question. Maybe of you, yeah, a few meetings ago. And this is not, the stats are not quite the same with this initiative. And in speaking out in the community, one of the concerns that we heard time and time again with override is, why would we give you an override when you have 25% of your district is not utilized right now? So we're theorizing over what the voter will say, but there's an equal argument to be made that that unless we're willing to do this, how dare we ask for more money for an override? So it's really making a decision of what is going to be the best for the community, what is going to give the district the most options, and then there's been questions, what are we going to do as a board member? And I will work my butt off like I always do, but I will respectfully put it back on every single community member. I don't own this district more than you do. We all own an individual piece. And if all 5 of us spent 8 hours a day going out there, it still wouldn't get it done. We cannot do it without each other. And so I need every teacher, I need every parent, I need every community member who supports us to be out there talking to 10 people. It is not possible for the 5 of us or the 5 of us in cabinet to get this done. We either do it together or we lose together. And that's how this goes. The cuts we make, they're going to affect all of us. The successes we have are going to affect all of us. And this is an all or nothing game here. So all of us work together to get it done, or we don't. And then we all suffer the consequences. So that's kind of where I stand with it.
Mrs. Bowles?
I'm not going to complicate this. We have schools that are less than one classroom at every grade level operating right now. This should have been not tabled, probably before 2012, but I'll just say 2012. We've been talking about this for many, many years. Across our nation, it's being talked about. We're going to stand in line for SFOB. We've already talked about that as well. I wish we would have done it because we wouldn't be standing in a line. That's why I say that, but it is what it is. And we need to do what's right and be physically responsible with buildings and property and all of that. Yes, I think, I don't remember who said it, but we do have to do certain things in a timely manner. That's statute, right? But having the choices of closing versus, renting and all of the other things that we've already all talked about, and still working out, has to be voted on. So I 100% approve of being physically responsible and selling some buildings or renting some buildings, or wow, we found out in school board training, believe it or not, that there's a district across town that actually has homeschool, go figure, renting their building. That's being innovative. We've talked about that up here on the dais. I know that I've said it even in the podium. It's not rocket science, but it does have to be on the ballot for us to move forward. So I'm going to go back to what Ms. Ewing, I do not remember who said this, but going door to door, we do need to know, now not today, right? Maybe not even tomorrow, but we do need to be able to say, hey, this is what we're going to use the money for. But that's not good enough for me because we said that before and we didn't use the money for that. Even from the legislatures giving us money that we did not use the way we said we would use it. I'm not saying just for Peoria, but let's call a spade a spade. And I do think that it is being physically responsible in selling buildings or renting them, or even maybe coexisting with some homeschool parents in our district. Thanks.
Mr. Toby? You're good? Carry on. Oh, okay. So I think that if we are, here's the thing. So when we have an election, we have to pay to put things on the ballot that comes out of our district budget. And so if we're putting on one item on the ballot, I think we need to utilize that priority for adding this as well to ask the voters, because if we wait till 2028, we have to do it again. We're paying more money each time to put something on the ballot. That costs us money. So I think it's important to look to the voters, because here's the other thing, like Ms. Bowles said, this has been talked about for years, I guess, in Peoria history, and nothing has ever been done to go and ask the voters. We really don't even know if the voters, what their thought process is on this. And so I think it's important to gauge that, because it's never been on the ballot before, and see what they think. And I don't know, that's kind of my mindset on it. I know it was just quickly brought up of the social worker topic, but I just know that before 2020 there was no social workers in Peoria Unified School District. We had mandated reporters that would report to DCS if there was ever a concern for a child's well-being, specifically if they were not being taken care of or if they were trying to harm themselves. So that's a mandated reporting thing to make sure that they are taken care of through DCS and making sure there's that consideration. So just wanted to add that in, but I don't have any further questions, Ms. Rodriguez.
And President Rooks, if I may, just want to clarify, and we've talked about how the proceeds of a sale or a lease can be spent. And typically those monies are not used for M&O purposes. They don't pay for salaries. What we use those for is to reinvest in our facilities. So they're really geared towards doing capital improvements for our facilities. So I just want to clarify that for our community.
So we won't have any more tan buildings, is what I'm hearing? I'm just kidding. I think Ironwood is beautiful, quite frankly, but my kid's school's tan.
Can I just offer up a word of caution regarding the statute 15511, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with? Just the concept that we're not using district resources to influence the election. And this has been a very good discussion tonight. I applaud you for that. But once you approve, you've already approved the M&O override election. If you approve the site sale election, that really is the end of the discussion at the board level. Like I said earlier, if you want to do stuff outside of your role as a board member, you're free to do so, but you're not doing so from the dais. You're not reporting back your election activities to the community. You could do that on your own personal social media, whatever, discussions, phone calls, your emails, you're free to do all that. And you can even, again, identify yourself as a board member, but you're not reporting back to the community in this sort of a setting, a school board meeting, because that could be read very easily to be a board member trying to influence others to get along with them and go along with them to promote the election. The discussion tonight was perfectly appropriate. You haven't called the election yet, but if you do so, I'd advise you not to do that in this setting in the future.
Thank you for that clarification. I think it's important for the board to remember that, but then also for the community to be aware if they didn't know that statute. So thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but we'll still have the pro statement for the M&O. We'll come back with that, and that will be your legitimate, lawful attempt to persuade on the M&O side. Unfortunately, you can't do that on the site sale side. It's kind of a quirk in the statute, but you can do so as individuals on the site sale.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification.
So if no further questions or comments, I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to adopt a resolution ordering that Peoria Unified School District of Maricopa County, Arizona hold a special election on November 3rd, 2026 to request authorization to sell, lease, or exchange district property as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mr. Tobey, and seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Tobey?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
I'd like to explain my vote, please. So I just want to state that, well, my vote is going to be no, but I want to state that should this go through, that I will support the board's decision and support the efforts towards this particular initiative. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mrs. Broadfoot?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Moving on now to 7.9, consideration to approve the addition of new cooperative contract for fiscal year 2026. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes. Thank you. President Rooks, Clerk Prophet, and members of the board community this evening. So and we do have our award-winning Ms. Berwick with us this evening. So if there are any procurement questions that I may defer to her. So these are the typical, with each of the board agenda items, you do have an explanation and websites for our community if they're curious as well of how we use these procurement contracts. So the first two contracts, the 1 GPA and the SAVE for fencing and for glass replacement, pretty standard. Those are buying things. So just want to offer a little bit of explanation on the SAVE private school tutoring. Okay? I was public, remember the public, what are we doing? We're a public school. Why are we soliciting for private school? So if you look at the explanation that has been attached to the governing board agenda this evening, Vax Education Solutions
provide services to private schools to help them with their financials. But what they also offer is they work with public school systems such as ourselves to provide equitable share of grant money. So I don't know if the community is aware of this, but we receive title money. That title money, the federal government requires us to work with our private schools in our district to share some of that with them. There's a calculation that we do. I did share with the governing board in a Friday report all the private schools that we do share our grant money with. And that this organization, they take care of all of the logistics of doing that, because we have several private schools. We're a large district. Majority of those private schools are Catholic schools, the parochial schools. They do receive title money or services. So they track it, you have to document, you have to make sure that you're putting plans together, because they also have to tell us, how are you going to utilize the title money? We're responsible for documenting, we're responsible for making sure it's spent correctly. So we are asking, as part of this cooperative, to approve that we can continue to use them instead of using our own staff, which is very limited, and it's more cost effective to contract for the services.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Board members, do you have any questions on this line item? Okay, I just need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve and ratify the addition of cooperatives contracts as presented.
I'll second.
We have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mr. Toby. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 710, consideration to approve the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Glendale for school resource officers at Cactus, Ironwood, and Raymond S. Kellis High Schools for the 2026-2027 school year. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Prophet, members of the board, and our community here this evening and online. So this IGA with the City of Glendale is for our SROs for our high schools. All of you, I have given you information and updated you on the status of the safety security grant that we are writing to receive money to fund our SROs from the Department of Education. That grant deadline was the 15th of April. I am watching every single day whether those grants are going to get approved. Now those grants, we had to apply for them on each individual school basis, but when they award it, all the schools are together, you know, and they'll say, this school yes, that school yes, this school no, this school, you know, so that's the whole, there's a lot of data for them to review, is what I'm saying. So I haven't heard back from them yet, keeping our fingers crossed. But what we have had conversations with the City of Glendale, they're great partners, as well as Peoria. I'll be bringing the Peoria IGA back next meeting. Hopefully we'll know by then if we're awarded the grant. When the state approves the funds for these SROs, what we have worked with the City of Glendale is to say, if we can fully fund some of the SROs, because right now you look in the agreement, City of Glendale is paying 75% for the SROs. If we could fund 100% from this grant, can we get more resources from them? Possibly. It's part of the conversation I'm having with them, hopefully. And they want to support the schools, absolutely. We will bring back an addendum to this IGA. So when we get the grant money, we'll bring back an addendum, and the City of Glendale is very agreeable to that.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. So we do have one public comment, and it's from our very own student, Anthony McDonald.
Hello again, board and cabinet. I've commented a lot about school safety before, quite a few times, and I kind of like to echo what I've said before. I think there's a lot more to school safety than SROs and metal detectors and cameras. I think students' well-being and mental health plays a big role in safety. This was mentioned in comments by people earlier. Suicide rates for teens and young adults are very high. Mental health is a big issue for, I'd say, all different all demographics, not even just kids and teenagers, but, you know, kids and teenagers especially. I feel our physical safety is prioritized a lot more than our mental well-being. And I do get wanting students to be physically safe. Again, I just feel like our personal well-being is being left behind. I'd also like to say that taking care of students' personal well-being can also actually help our physical safety as well. When a student is mentally doing well, there's a lot less risk. There's less risk of suicide or violence. I'd also like to say making sure students speak out when they notice something can also help. I'm gonna get a little bleak. A lot of times when there's a fight or a student commits suicide or God forbid there's a shooting, more often than not, signs are shown to students, and oftentimes those signs weren't taken seriously or not reported. Like I've said in previous comments, I think the district should be prioritizing not just students' physical safety, but mental health as well. I think social workers are a great way to deal with that problem, and like I've said in past comments, I think organizations like the Sandy Hook Promise and the JED Foundation are great resources. I've also looked into NAMI, and I think they do a great work as well. I actually saw that the district has used JED Foundation resources. I think that's great. Like I said before, students' well-being should be prioritized just like our physical safety is. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on this line item?
President Ricks, if I may, I do.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez, I am familiar with the intergovernmental agreements, and I just have one question. Our intergovernmental agreement, was that something that was included in the grant? Did I word that right?
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Bowles, yes. So there were certain documentation attachments that the grant asked us to provide to them. And one of them was if we had an agreement with a municipality sponsoring organization. So yes, the IGA was attached, and also there was actually kind of an attestation, if you will, saying that yes, when our officers are funded out of this grant, they will perform these certain things. Part of that is education for our students.
Right, and I knew you'd have the answer, and I knew what the answer was, but I wanted other people to hear that, our public mainly. And our chances of getting the grant, are they higher with that intergovernmental agreement?
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Bull, I hope so, would be the answer to that.
I think you already answered that, so I really didn't have to ask that again because I had to backtrack, and you said it was included, very likely because they wanted it to be included, because it's important for us to show that we have an intergovernmental agreement with our law enforcement, and I just wanted to let the public know that. I know that you know that, and we're very grateful for you. That's all I have, thanks.
If no further questions or comments?
I was just going to make a comment. As we look forward with this and hopefully get the approval of the SROs, I'd really, when you talk about education that our SROs can do, I'd really love to see our SROs go forward with bullying prevention programs across our schools. And I think that our students and staff have great relationships with the SROs, and I think they would be great individuals to go forward with a program like that. So I just wanted to add that plug in there. So thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. So I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll move to approve the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Glendale for school resource officers at Cactus, Ironwood, and Raymond S. Kellis High Schools for the 26-27 school year, and authorize district administration to execute the document on behalf of the district.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by Mr. Toby. And Azure, whenever you're ready, please run us through a vote.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 711, consideration to approve the issuance of a request for proposal, RFP 26-31-15 for student photography and yearbook publication services as a strategic alliance of volume expenditures save cooperative contract. Okay, sorry, I'm like, it's late, and that was a lot of words to get through. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Rooks. Clerk Prophet, members of the board, and our community. The request that you see in front of you this evening is for us to be the host of this RFP and allow other school districts under the SAVE cooperative contract to use that. So again, my award-winning Ms. Barwick has agreed as part of the procurement community to do this work for other districts, which I appreciate all the effort that she puts into that. This one is a little different because we don't technically pay the photographers, right? Our parents do, right? You all buy pictures for your kids, you go online, you buy the pictures. The money really doesn't come directly to us. The only opt for that is yearbooks. A lot of times our student clubs run the yearbook, or our yearbook, we have a yearbook student ran organization, and money will run through the students and come through our bank and then go back out to the vendor. But having said that, our job is to make sure that we are doing our due diligence for our parents, right? You just don't want any photographer to come in and take our parents' money. We want to make sure that we are getting the best pricing, the best deals, the best quality photographers for our families. So this will be brought back to you, and my thought, I will ask Ms. Barwick, but I am sure that there will be multiple photographers on this award when it comes back to you. So we're asking you for permission to go out, do the solicitations, and then in a few months bring back recommendations to the board.
Thank you. We do not have any public comment on this line item. Board members, do you have any questions? No? Okay. With that, I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to approve the issuance of request for proposal 26-31-15 for student photography and yearbook publication services as a SAVE cooperative contract to support Peoria Unified School District and SAVE members. This award will be for 1 year with up to 4 additional one-year renewals as presented.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mr. Toby and seconded by myself. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 712, consideration to approve the NAU student placement agreement. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Prophet, members of the board, and our community. So this is always exciting when we have student teachers coming in and working with our schools. It is really a good way for us to kind of grow our own, if you will, when we have student teachers come here, work with our teachers, work in our schools, and they say, we really want to work for Peoria. And it's great recruitment, but it also gives future teachers opportunities to really get some solid experience. So we're bringing this agreement with NAU so that their students can be placed in our schools.
Thank you. We do not have any public comment on this line item. Board members, do you have any questions? Okay, with that I just need a motion on the floor.
President Ricks, if I may, sorry.
Oh, yes.
I didn't catch you quick enough. Do we have any parameters around the teachers that are coming in, the student teachers? Obviously, I imagine that they have to follow district protocol and policies and all of that, right? Do they sign something saying they will?
Yes, President Rooks, Member Bowles, yes, that is part of the agreement. There are things that the students agree to do, and abiding by district policy is one of the things that they will agree to.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I just need a motion on the floor.
I will move to approve the NAU student placement agreement as presented. I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing, seconded by Mrs. Profit. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to 7.13, consideration to approve the Peoria Unified salary schedules and extra duty special assignment salary schedules for the 2026-2027 school year. Welcome, Ms. Vicentainer.
Thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfoot, and members of the governing board. Good evening. I'm back. There are many attachments to this item. Most of them have some minor edits, so what I'd like to do is really highlight the ones that have the biggest changes or that have any changes incurred with them. So we can start with Thank you. So the administrative salary placement schedule, there were two changes on this particular schedule. First being that we added the additional line of the Peoria Flex Academy principal at its own salary level to reflect the fact that it is a little bit different setup and to be competitive in the market with how other districts have approached this type of program. We also, for all of our schedules that had any indication about the number of days, we did add the language about the furlough days not being reflected in the total dollar amounts to make sure that was clear for any incoming staff that there will be a reduction of 3 days. And for this particular schedule, we did have that the performance pay is suspended for 26-27. This was a result of our budget discussions earlier in February. Let's see. The rest are mostly just have changes to this. They're available. The change for the initial classified hourly placement schedule, I had removed the LPNs off of this particular schedule because in another agenda item, I was going to bring back a separate salary schedule for nurses specifically, and I felt that having and LPNs were already included on that salary schedule published, so we had two places we were publishing the salary schedules, and I thought this might streamline it a little bit better. You're okay? I'm like, who's running this thing? Okay, sorry. Coaching and extra duty activities. This actually is one area where we did make some changes, and so wanted to highlight the changes that we're making on this one. The first item, as you can see in as red, is that identifying in certain areas, and this is rare, where we have coaches that may be coaching at multiple campuses. The one that comes to mind is the diving. We have one diving coach for 3 campuses because there's so few students who participate in diving. Based on the way the schedule was written, that individual would have been eligible to collect 3 separate diving stipends, which really isn't the intent of the program. So we wanted to make it clear that if in those situations that our district athletic director would be able to help determine where more than one stipend could be collected or would be earned. The next piece was just making sure that any stipends are following the schedule below and that they wouldn't exceed the $2,000 for any additional site-controlled funds. And then I probably could make this bigger, sorry. There we go. What a crazy idea. And then what we also added was there are some programs that do not have a no-cut policy, and one of the benefits of having programs that don't have a no-cut is that individuals from the community can come in and participate, pay the fees to participate, but as a result, these programs can get fairly large, and we haven't come to the point where we necessarily already assign an assistant coach to those programs. So our flag football coach, our wrestling for boys and girls, and then our soccer for boys and girls. You'll see that there are, so for wrestling and for soccer, there's a varsity and a JV coach, which often acts as a quasi or also in the assistant role, but we wanted to recognize that where the programs are large, we would be able to actually have an assistant, so that way we have that additional oversight in the room for the safety of the students involved. And I'm going to scroll a little bit more quickly because the changes are further down, the remaining changes. The rest remain the same. We just had a note, just making some clarification because it just said if had the greater than 50, so we just said they earn an additional coach if they're greater than 50 students on a cross-country team, which an amazing problem to have. And then coming down into our extra duties, this is under the district support positions. And so with some realignment of our special education support for the schools, what we did was we have collapsed the coordinators and the program strategists and created a specialist position. The specialist position will get a stipend of $7,000 a year. There are 5 positions that will also earn an additional $3,000, but we will collapse the remaining of the other stipends that are in that program. If that makes sense. And then down below, we removed these 2 stipends because those positions have been eliminated also as part of the budget reductions earlier in the year. I can pause for questions because I know there's a lot of ones on this. Okay. Keep
Board
moving.
members, do you have any questions?
I was just going to ask.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask on page 7, if you just scroll up just a little bit. Can you, the special education specialist, yeah, there you go, and the special education leadership, just differentiate what those two roles are. And it seems redundant to have special education specialists, but I mean, that's just a title. But yeah, if you can just differentiate those 2 roles.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Brooks, Mrs. Ewing, so the differentiation between the 2 is that they all fall within a specialist role, but there are 5 positions that have been identified that would lead professional development for the special education specialists and provide that additional support for the new program overall. And so those individuals would receive an additional $3,000 to help support the program as we are transitioning to the new model.
Okay, so the new model, which is going to be across more campuses versus a consolidated
Yes,
location.
correct. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all.
And I believe the remainder of the programs are fairly straightforward and just have the reflection of the 3-day furlough days. So if I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vicentiner. Board members, do you have any further questions? Okay, with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve the Peoria Unified initial salary placement schedules, coaching and extra duty activity schedule, and the hourly special assignment schedule for the 2026-2027 school year as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Bowles, and Azure, whenever you're ready.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 714, consideration to approve the school nurse salary schedule with recommended increases. Ms. Vicentiner.
Thank you again, President Rooks and members of the board. This evening, this presentation is coming forward as a lot of effort between the Human Resources Department and Josh Snow, specifically our director, working closely with our nurse lead, Ms. Alexander. And so one of the pieces that we really wanted to address, and this is always one of those tricky situations where we're looking at a situation where I just presented all the other schedules and holding things steady, and then coming in the next item saying like, but we need more money. So let's talk about why. So one of the challenges we know is that we want to make sure our students have consistent high quality support at all the campuses. We recognize nursing fees and salaries in Arizona have exploded through COVID. Going into COVID, you may know this, but I was working at a senior living organization, and then after that, a behavioral health organization. We were hiring nurses. We experienced in healthcare settings what a huge growth in the salary areas, and we're constantly fighting and pushing the salaries higher. So if you take it outside of the school districts, the competitive pay for nursing has really grown. Our goal in this situation is to become more competitive. We recognize that the salaries we're not presenting or recommendations tonight will not meet probably a private standard, but what it is to bring us more in line with other school districts, and reflecting also that these are 9 to 10 month positions and not 12-month positions. The other part in how we want to do is really reduce our reliance on contractors and reinvest in employees. Right now, we've had a challenge to fill all of our open positions, and we'll talk a little bit too about the turnover in these areas, and so recognizing that to reduce that, we need to be more competitive. The feedback from Mrs. Alexander is that majority of the feedback as people are leaving is due to salary. They can make considerably more money somewhere else. We're just trying to close the gap. And then also know that we can create pathways for retention and career growth. We have students that are going through nursing programs now. It would be an amazing opportunity to make this something that would be interesting for them. We've aligned this to our strategic plan, focus on safety and wellness for our students, as well as stewarding our resources. If we are going to be paying additional funds, we'd rather pay it to our own staff and create that culture and that support rather than paying to contracting agencies. So just to give you an example for contractors, the cost is real. We spent about $1 million on contracted RNs and LPNs in fiscal year 2025. This year we're trending towards $1.2 million for just through May. 13 schools have a contracted nurse, which is about almost a third of our nursing workforce. The average agency cost is over the $49 to $68 above the rate, that's the contract rate we are paying, and $88,000 to $110,000 for an RN. So one of the things we're running into is that by relying on the use of contracted staff, it has an additional cost. The continuity, because they can change at any time, and the contractors can move that, so we don't have that continuity for our students. And they don't necessarily have the contact that we would like to have with the community and the parents. In the past, we wanted to reduce our reliance on contracted staff. We have, but you can see our turnover is really making it a very big challenge. So we're averaging about 10 to 12 resignations a year. Like I said, most of the resignation reasons were for pay or retirement. They don't all happen at the beginning of the year, so mid-year makes it a bigger challenge to bring somebody on board. So once again, we're using contracted staff. So our current compensation for an RN is $42,969. Our LPNs are classified hourly, starting at $23.96 an hour. Looking at the range for public schools for RNs, it says $43,000 to $60,000, but that you can see we're just below the low end of the range. For LPNs, it's $23.96, which is us, to $33 an hour. The other thing we're seeing as we looked at other districts was they're providing stipends beyond the base pay, and so we know that as people can see those other opportunities, then they leave us, and now we're back to relying on contractors. So our recommendation is to move our classified exempt RNs from essentially $43,000 to $47,000, as well, and the LPNs to $27 an hour. The contracted rate, just from a savings standpoint, by just converting our LPN from contracted to staff, we would save $45,000, or we spend, I shouldn't say save, I want to be really careful. We're spending an additional $45,000 for a contracted staff when we could be spending less, but still paying at a higher rate ourselves. And the same RN, so we could spend $30,000 less and pay our RNs more. And we utilized, and just so you know, from a savings standpoint, we didn't take the base of the RN. We wanted to be reasonable on how we reflected these dollars. So we really are focused on targeting the BSN rate. And so as we look at the salary schedule, you'll see we're targeting right around the $50,000 range. We feel like that might be a sweet spot in the market for us as we make offers to candidates. Oops, got a little happy on that. So in addition to salaries, I didn't make it, yeah, okay. In addition to salaries, we are looking at adding a hard-to-fill stipend that would be different than what we're offering for teachers. One of the reasons and other staff, one of the reasons we wanted to look at this is that the RN structure, this would allow us to address staff that are already working for us now and work with make that more of an attractive rate. We also feel that keeping these dollars out of the salary, it gives us flexibility from year to year. So if we start to see amazing growth in our staffing and less reduction in contractors, maybe this is a stipend that we could reduce and have or increase it if we need to, without it becoming a commitment, long-term commitment. To add this, it would cost us about $120,000 for the 40 staff members. So to make all this happen, we think we can recruit staff by showing them what an amazing schedule you have. You don't have to work late nights. You don't have to work 24/7. And you have holidays and summer off. I mean, so it's a great opportunity for those individuals that are looking for more flexible schedules and have an opportunity to, deal with just a different caseload and support. We think we can partner with local nursing programs to bring in some staff and explore those opportunities, and then continue to look at how we can do externships. And if there are any contractors that, from a reasonable buyout, we could bring them forward for as well. They've been a success with us. So we believe to address the current staff, to the new salary schedule, just to bring folks up to really the base of the new ranges, it will cost about $75,000. We believe that all of the things that I brought forward tonight, if we can reduce we just reduced 5 contractors. So that's about an average, let's say $40,000. That's $200,000. All of the money, all the things we talked about can be covered by just the reduction of those 5 contractors. So if we do more than that, then we're spending less even. So, and having hopefully a much better option and experience with the nursing programs for our students. So our goals with this is to reduce our utilization rate by 50%. So it's actually around 6 nurses. We think that we're going to be able to save, like I said, about $50,000. Even by spending all this money, we still have an additional $50,000 on top of it. And we're going to spend our summer working hard to make this happen. And Ms. Alexander is very excited about this challenge. And we also believe it'll help increase our retention rate. Losing a third of our staff every year that's a significant burden to keep lifting. And if you're losing staff, you're not really making any progress on the contracted piece. So these are the outcomes we're expecting. And so we ask for your approval tonight for the compensation adjustments that we presented. We have the salary schedule that's available in the attachments.
Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer. We do have just one public comment tied to this line item. Debbie Samboli? Samboli. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, President Brooks, governing board members, superintendent, and cabinet. I want to speak on behalf of the new salary schedule for nurses, as well as the hard-to-fill stipend. I am the RN at Cheyenne. This is my first year here. My last school nurse job in a different district paid significantly more money, but I moved and I joined Peoria School District. I love it here. I love serving our students. The decrease in pay is noticeable, though, and Peoria Unified is not competitive, especially when also considering market value out in the world. For me, I can get by with my current salary, but for some of my colleagues, it's not as easy, and it's very hard to make it work in this economy. even for a two-income household, let alone a single parent. We do have quite a few nurses leaving this year. We are a strong team, and we work together. It saddens me to see the nurses leave. The new salary schedule with a hard-to-fill stipend included is a strong start to helping decrease turnover and decrease some of the stress some of our nurses are facing, which is the decision to leave when they love what they do, but they can't stay because they're not able to support their families. The nurses do good work caring for their students. I know our profession can be misunderstood at times, but I assure you it's not just Band-Aids and ice packs. It's critical thinking and split-second decisions. We bridge the gap between healthcare and education, and while working with parents, we help students become successful in the classroom. Please consider what is being presented on our behalf tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
I just have, yes, President Rooks, I just have some comments. So we love our nurses, and I think it's concerning that we have a lot of turnover because if I think about all the families and the parents, I was one of those parents when my kiddo was in school, that it's really important to have the consistency of the nursing staff when they're handling the medical needs of our students throughout. So we don't have to keep educating and explaining what is that health need of that child. And so anything we can do to maintain that consistency and how we support the wellness of our students, I think that's great. And I appreciate that you provided like the cost benefit analysis of this so that we can, because as we think about like, we have 3 furlough days that we adopted, and we need to be making sure that all of the decisions we're making are cost savings and being able to present that to the community. So I just would ask that whenever we're doing these types of things, we're trying to really reduce our reliance on those consultants, that we at some point bring back, financially bring back the financial savings at a point in time that makes sense, whether it's quarterly or so forth, just because I think it's really good for the community to hear those savings, not just what's predicted, but then the actual savings. So,
if I may, President Rooks, we had that very same conversation when this proposal was brought forth, and I sit down with Lisa Alexander, our head nurse, and our HR department, and I said, if we're going to ask this of our community, because we're not asking this for any of our other employees right now, we need to make sure that we are managing this and monitoring it so that we can bring back the results. Just like we will with all of the other budget reduction action that the board has given us direction to take. We will be bringing that information back for the board to review and the community, so we know we're on track.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, President Rooks, if I may. First of all, that's why we like you. Ms. Rodriguez, I forget the cameras on some of us some of the time. I have a couple questions. First of all, thank you. When I was in the district, let me start with positive. About how many RNs and LPNs are we looking at? Do we only have LPNs or RNs on our campuses?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, we have a combination. There is a process, and I welcome Ms. Alexander to correct me if I state anything or come up and jump and say something. That being said, there is an evaluation process where we look at the caseload and what's happening on that campus to determine whether or not the students' population would require an RN level, just because of that different licensing requirements for that. Anybody with an LPN does have to have an RN license oversight. So recognizing that anytime you put an LPN on a campus, now you have somebody putting their license on a site that they're not necessarily involved in. So we try to balance that very carefully, and I know that Mrs. Alexander does an amazing job of working with the school, talking to the team on the campus and saying, tell us about your students, let's look at your records, and let's see what's going on, and then we make a recommendation from there.
Yeah, and it's a no-brainer, but I'm going to say it again for others to hear, that is being physically responsible by bringing them in to our district versus contract. And being a little competitive, we all know, to me, the elephant in the room, you all can make more money outside the schools, but it's, as you said, a 9-month obligation. And definitely most professionals don't come into school districts to make more money. It's usually to be with their children or other things. So the other thing I wanted to ask, do we have any CNAs on campuses? And would it just be a CNA being overseen by LPN or RN?
We do have some CNAs, but they're not paid for the CNA. They're called health assistants.
So do we have them running the nurse's office, so to speak, on a campus?
In the absence of a nurse, our health assistants can step in if I can't find a sub.
Okay. The reason I was asking that is because when I was in the district, we did have CNAs at some of the schools that, in my opinion, were high needs, even trachs and other things that, I was just surprised to hear that when I was in the school district. But it sounds like we've come a long way, and bringing them in, that it totally makes sense. So thank you for being physically responsible, everybody in the mix, and attracting the nurses, LPNs and RNs in our district. That's all I have.
If no further questions, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll move to approve the 2026-27 school nurse salary schedule as presented.
I will second. Okay. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and seconded by myself. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to 7:15, consideration to approve the addition of 2 new positions. Mrs. Vicentainer.
Thank you. I will kick things off, and then Dr. Ledoucer will join me or take over for the second position. The first position that we are requesting tonight is the CTE grants manager position. This is we already have the position in the district, so I just wanted to make that clarity. So it's not necessarily a new position from a standpoint, we don't have any grants manager on CTE. What we're asking for in this particular item is the addition of another CTE grant manager, as well as reclassifying the position from a 5 to a 12, which matches the internal other grant managers that we have working within the business department. This position also will take on additional pieces as listed here. The budgetary impact, this is not an M&O budget impact. This is covered by CTE grants and the West MEC IGA funds. So we wanted to bring this forward to help support the CTE as they have additional responsibilities in terms of responding to grants going forward. So any questions on this item?
Board members, do you have any questions on this one? Okay, and we'll welcome up Dr. Ryan Ledoucer to present the other position.
All right, good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfoot, governing board members, and guests that are still here. So I wanted to start with, give a little context behind this, similar to like what Ms. Vicentainer just said. This position already exists in our district, and so what the request for this is coming from is all of those meetings that I've referenced and had, and meeting with the executive directors, looking at the data that I collected throughout the district, and having just an honest conversation about, okay, what are the barriers that we need to remove in order to create efficiencies in our more efficiencies in our district, and then with their expertise as being the executive directors of the schools, what do we need to do different? What do we need to do better? And so they went to work. They produced about a 2.5-page document that they brought back to me with the job summary, how we need to shift some of these responsibilities and what that looked like. And so this is a result of that. So I'd like to read the job summary. That states that the executive director for student/parent support services will serve as a key district leader in ensuring students, families, and community members will receive timely, accurate, and compassionate assistance regarding school-related concerns. This position will oversee the intake, coordination, and resolution of inquiries and complaints, will support schools in resolving complex student situations, and will promote a positive, responsive experience for all stakeholders. And just like I was stated, this is budget neutral, and this position will replace the executive director of the high school. So the current high school executive director, and this will become, which becomes vacant on June 30th, 2026. So taking what they gave me and looking at the needs of the district. So one of the things where this helps to start to streamline and align what we need, and I only give the examples with number one up there. So a lot of times there is, I'm sure this does not come as a surprise at a large organization such as this, phone calls come in, not to the right people necessarily, or the needs that the person making the calls want. And so then those phone calls go out to different places and sometimes they get lost. And so that is one of the ideas. Then we create like a certain focal point for this. And so like number one, a core data set would be the inquiry and complaint volume. And as a result, what we would collect on that is the total number of inquiries / complaints on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. The source, is that coming from a parent, student, staff, community? What school or department is that associated with? What is that submission method? That's something we do not track, at least that's what has been communicated to me. Is it coming via email, phone, in-person, online form? And what this will tell you is it starts to look at our overall demand on the system, the high-need schools or departments, and the accessibility and preferred communication channels. That's a big one with me, and how we can align that better so that our community members can reach out to us and get a hold of us a lot easier. And so then how we would use like this core data set be to allocate staffing and resources to high volume areas, identify schools needing additional leadership support, and streamline or expand communication channels based on usage trends. And so following that same kind of model, you would have additional core data sets that you would look at as well. And so to the right of that are some of the examples of that. So like the issue type and categorization, the escalation levels, resolution outcomes, stakeholder satisfaction, repeat cases / chronic issues, the school level performance metrics, and the communication effectiveness, so that we'd all be able to start to track all of those data points and make educated decisions coming out of that. Primarily, and that's why number one, so when you look at these data sets and they're combined, they would allow the executive director to do, for me, number one is the most important, and is start to identify the root causes instead of just managing systems. And so with those different core data sets, we could start to, another analogy of that is a lot of times in public education, we are always running around trying to put out the fires. And so that starts to take a lot of our time, and instead we would make sure those fires are not starting to begin with. So again, looking at what's causing this and how to manage those systems better. And then number two, moving from reactive to proactive systems. And three, strengthening site leadership capacity. 4, improve stakeholder trust and experience. And then 5, ensure equal and consistent practices across the district. And the requested action is the approval of the CTE grants manager and executive director for student / parent supports as presented.
Thank you for that presentation. Board members, do you have any questions? Mrs. Ewing?
I do. Before you, don't walk away, Dr. Leducer. Oh, okay, so love the idea. I'm trying to go back to the presentation, but if you can go back to the other page, go one more back. Okay, so on this particular slide, when you're looking at this, what I always ask is, how is information coming back to the board so that we can continue to support any of the changes that need to be made, and then that way we show our community that we're addressing the concerns. So is this, I know like financials come to us quarterly, so do you anticipate like timing of when you would be able to bring reports to the board, whether it's in a Friday report or so forth?
So if I understand the question correctly, I think that could be something to talk with the executive directors and the person who takes up this new position, and that would be an ongoing, evolving because of a new position. But I think that could be something that, I don't want to speak for the person that's not in that position yet, but I mean, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, because I mean, we're tracking the data all the time, so there would be a current update with that in real time as they're doing their daily operations.
Sure, yes, and I'm thinking as you being, you know, thinking about the reports on that is when would you provide like the cabinet or the board itself like a report on this type of data? So for instance, if you happen to notice that you're getting a lot of inquiries from a particular school and you realize, gosh, we're down some staffing there, we'd like to advocate to put some staffing there, how often would that type of report be coming to the board so the board can make decisions on ways that they need to support our schools and our staffing to better support, like you said, the high volume needs?
So I think that would just be up to what we work together as a team and to figure out, and that could be something even like if we do a summer retreat of what is sustainable practice. So like, you know, if it was, well, can we have this weekly? Is that a sustainable practice that we can consistently do throughout the school year? Is it once a month? So I think that would just come down to like what we all work together towards and to find a resolution to.
And I think too, Mrs. Ewing, the position states will replace the executive director high school that is becoming vacant June 30th. So we do have to wait till, I believe, June 30th, if that's correct, to fill that and change it over if it's approved tonight. And so, I don't know, I'm just thinking, looking at that, you know, I know we've done kind of things before in the past of bringing things to the board when we're collecting data. So maybe like a, I don't know, like a 6-month update, because we have like our board retreats and things like that to see how it's going.
Yeah, and I bring it up because when Dr. Hernandez came on board, we weren't doing regular academic updates to the board. And then because of her, then we were doing those regular academic updates to the board. So, and that's good for the community to see so they can see the proficiencies and the growth and all of those great things that we're doing academically. So in this type of way, it would just be really great to be able to show the community in a certain way, how are we doing that continuous improvement, and in a report that would make sense for the board to get. So some sort of executive summary on a regular basis, and maybe it's every 3 to 6 months. But I would want that expectation set once that person comes in, and then the board made aware of, you'll be getting updates on how we're doing, how we're monitoring, where, you know, what is some of the data telling us, and how we operationally move forward with how we're addressing the needs with our staffing. That would be my only comment. So,
Mrs. Proudfit?
I think the strength of having an established and systematic way to data collect some of the issues we're talking about here, which is very communication-based and can be hard to really have a stream of information to. I think the value of, like I said, having a strong system around that is it can be pulled at any time. So if we're seeing there's an issue, we can pull it at any time. We can request in a Friday report. I think as far as board presentation, so to speak, that would be in the boardroom. I think quarterly would work well. I kind of think that's what we established with Dr. Hernandez with academics, just giving quarterly updates. But again, I love having a data set that we can go to anytime we feel it needs to be pulled for a Friday report. The only question I have is with the position that is going away, are you just dividing the high schools then amongst the existing executive directors?
So to answer that, they have a few different models we've discussed. They were waiting to see what the board would do tonight. But one of them that is, I don't want to say it's the front runner necessarily, but we've definitely had really good conversations about would be going back to a cluster model that this district used to have. So then, and there's a few ways we've talked about we could still do that, so then the high school leaders would still be meeting together, but bringing more of those high school and then the feeder K-8 schools together and trying to create better streamlined processes for that and improve upon those.
Great. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, you have a quick question?
Yes, thank you for bringing up the cluster model, because that's exactly where I was going to go. For some reasons, I could see it was very successful because you were working, as you just said, with the same high schools all the time, same community all the time. On the other hand, the difference between maybe that and any of our neighboring districts, they have student support services. I don't think I've ever seen parent support services. And that might be where we gather information of why families stay in our district or not, that we're missing because nobody wants to do exit interviews and everything that we've talked about that nobody does. So I like that about that. The cluster model, even in special ed, there were 3, very different background people over special ed that would service clusters in the district. And that did work really well. So I guess one of the questions I have, the position of the high school director as it is right now, what exactly is their job description? How is this different from that?
So my understanding, if I'm asked, well, can you repeat the question again? It is starting to get a little bit late. I want to make sure I'm getting it all.
The director position that's there right now in the high school, how does that differ from what we're presenting tonight?
So this person would be they would take on a few schools. We had that discussion, so they wouldn't be this would not be their sole responsibility. They would still be responsible for a few schools just because of the sheer number that we have in our district. But the current person in that role, they just oversee the high schools and support for the high schools. And so that's where some of these issues start to come from, is that the phone calls start to come in, and like they will get phone calls, like, so that person, and this is how it's been explained to me, they'll get calls about special ed questions. They'll get calls about, Title I issues. And so then they start to kick those off to other people. But then a lot of times what has been explained to me is then us closing that loop of communication, what happened at the end of that, what was done with that, we have room to improve upon that. And so having a person as this be their sole focal point where they can track all of that, including the follow-up process. And part of this is also of us having to establish also a very clear chain of command and those responsibilities of the people in the DAC and what they do. So our building leaders also know who to call for those things. But this would be that first point of contact, so that when that information was coming in, that we could start to disseminate it where it needs to go correctly, but also tracking that. And like I said, being able to close that loop.
I know that sometimes in just a business model, you don't always put those people up in front, right? Because you want to have that backup if you need it, so to speak. And that's kind of what the cluster model was. They didn't go to every meeting, but they were called in as district leaders when they were called in. So I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I'll leave that alone. I guess I'm a little bit surprised that we're putting 2 positions in one boat, but anyway, there is money I know that comes from the state that can loop community services, getting parents involved. Is that part of this salary? Is that something that we're doing already? Did I say that right? I know that we can get money from the state for community involvement and involvement of parents in the community. Is that part of this salary? Is that part of the job?
No, not from what I'm understanding what you're asking, no. So
Okay.
as far as aligning them with resources, is that what you're saying?
No, I know that there is and maybe it is just Title I, and there's other details to that, but I know that ADE does give money or stipend to those that do community outreach for parents and bringing them in the district. So if we don't, then we'll look into that, but I didn't know if that was part of it, because I've never seen a position that loops students and parents together. So yeah, that's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Tobey?
Dr. Leducer, I think one thing I've heard from principals in my visiting with them is other districts have somebody who is a mentor for principals. And it seems like with the leadership support aspect of the job description, as well as them being at the executive director level, it seems kind of like this position would be prime to have that incorporated in their job function. We have a lot of new principals that we've appointed, and from what I've heard from existing principals is their mentorship principal was a phone call one time during the year, and that's their mentorship that they got. So you mentioned here talking about being proactive. It sounds like this position would have the pulse on student and support needs, student and parent support needs. So I think there's a lot of intersectionality when it comes to maybe this individual, this position is also a go-to resource for principals, especially our newer principals that might need some of that leadership mentorship. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up because that was one of the conversations that I had with the executive directors, and why they wanted to go in this direction is because they didn't feel like they were being able to be mentors to the building leaders as much as possible because they were chasing fires all the time and trying to put them out. And so again, this starts to help streamline that so that they can do their primary job, which is to support and coach the building leaders and not trying to be tracked down all these different things all the time, is how it was communicated to me.
Yeah, so it may not be part of the title, but I would like to communicate with our new principals and leadership's teams that this is a resource for them as well. So that's kind of how I would like to see this unfold. All right.
I'm going to kind of go on the opposite here, Mr. Toby. I think maybe that is something that we can look down the line of if there's positions we need to rearrange to have that mentor for our principals. But the biggest thing I have heard in the last 4 years from parents is when they're frustrated, when they are feeling like they're not getting the answers that they need, they don't know where to go to. They don't know that the district exists. They don't know that the governing board exists. And then we have parents emailing us, and I want to help and serve in any way that I can, but it just, then they get more frustrated. And so it's like, I think this is a great position to have and showcase for parents that there is someone that they can contact at the district when they're at their wit's end. I mean, I don't know how else to say it because it's their child, and this person is there to support them and help them and guide them into what, like what you said, what is the situation? And that's a lot of the reasons I've heard from parents is they are pulling their kids because they just feel like they're not getting anywhere at that point. So I think that this is a great position as presented. I'm very happy that you worked with the executive directors as a team. So thank you for doing that. I think maybe if we need to look down the line of looking for, like I said, reorganizing and seeing what positions we can move into a more mentorship. But I think that this really needs to focus on, for this position, the student and parent support. So if no further questions, I'd like to approve the positions of CTE Grants Manager and Executive Director for Student Parent Support Services positions as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself, seconded by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. I hope that we will also, Ms. Airy, if you can work on communications to let them know that to families about this position and where they can find that position on our district website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 8, discussion items. 8.1, discussion and consideration of first read of policy 4-402, employee grievances. Ms. Vicentainer.
Good evening. Good evening. This policy is brought forward as an opportunity for us to address some of the some of the situations we've run into as we adopted the new policy manual back in July. Some of the situations that have come up have made us realize where we have some of the gaps in our old process versus our new process. And so what we wanted to do, and I worked with both of our PEA as well as our PPA program to identify, okay, does this fulfill and close those gaps that we had with regards to grievances, and making sure that employees know what is the process, what could you expect if you file a complaint, and what are the timelines look like. And so we pulled some of the information from the old policy. We also didn't just try to pick up the old policy and drop it into here, but make sure that we also cleaned up maybe some of the issues that we had with the former policy. So it really is an effort to make sure that we had a process for grievances that would allow someone to know this is who you would file a complaint with, when can you expect a response, what is that process going to look like. So it goes through the steps, it has the definitions. One of the pieces we knew we wanted to make sure was concluded here was when is something a grievance and when is something not. Also recognizing in our other policies, we do have opportunities for folks to dispute, I will say, a concern in other ways, like performance evaluations. They don't need to file a grievance on a performance evaluation. Our performance evaluation process has a response process through that. So I don't know if there's any questions on any of the changes, but I stand ready for any questions.
We don't have any public comment on this line item, so board members, do you have any questions?
I think it provides a lot of clarity and probably needed to be cleaned up. I like the clarification about, if you're making a grievance against your direct report, that it just clarifies the process. And I think our employees have a very clear-cut vision of how to deal with these things and exactly what to do. And clarity is kindness. So.
I don't have any questions with that. Just a discussion item, so we will bring it back for a second read at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 9, address the consent agenda. 9.1, consider approval of or recommend changes to the consent agenda. We do have public comments tied to 10.5. We have 2 public comments. So I just need to, if nobody has any other ones they want to change, I just need to approve the consent agenda minus 10.5.
I will second.
Azure, we have a motion made by myself and seconded by Mrs. Proudfit? Mrs. Ewing, sorry.
So I have moved to approve the consent agenda minus item 10.5, staff travel, with a motion made by President Rooks and a second by Ms. Bowles.
It was, the second it was made by Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Azure.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11, items removed from consent. 11.1, staff travel requests. So we do have 2 public comments on this line item. It's just an out-of-state travel request for Ironwood High School IB teachers. So first public comment is from Marcy Rom.
Good evening. I'm just here to let you know how important this travel is for those teachers and those people involved in that. I've been in the IB program. I taught in that for over 20 years. I was trained 4 different times. They changed the curriculum about every 7 years, and with the change in curriculum also comes a change in the things that have to be submitted to IB. And for those of you who don't know exactly how the IB works, we do have an IB coordinator at our school who is going to be brand new next year. She needs to be trained. And we have 3 teachers that are going with new curriculum. So those trainings are imperative. And I know that people say, oh, you can do it online. You can't do it online. You can technically do it online, but the whole part of this program and the strength of it is that you are all over the world with these people coming in, getting trained. So you're hearing from people in Australia and Africa and Spain, and, all over the place, and they are teaching the same curriculum. So you get to have conversations with people who are doing the same thing that you're doing in different places, and you're able to compare what they do, what you do, what can be better, and that the value of going to these, having the discussions with those skilled people. The other part of going to these trainings is that you are allowed to be with people who are actually graders, similar to like IB. They're people who actually do the grading of what you send in. And if you're not aware, I taught IB biology, and when I was there, I got graded on how I graded my students. So if I was not prepared, if I did not do a good job grading my students' projects that were being turned in, IB graded what the samples were, and then I was graded by how I graded. And if my samples did not coincide with their grading, what happens is all students get either moved down or moved up, even though there may be a sample of 8 and you have 30 kids. All grades go down, all grades can go up. So it's imperative that these teachers understand the grading, and the only way to get that kind of understanding is by having those conversations with the people who are there at the training, who are graders, or who have been graders. So I'm going to just ask you to please make sure you do that past this travel. We are getting audited next year. We have a brand new principal coming in. She is not trained in IB. She has an opportunity to get trained this summer or next year or the next summer. That is her parameters coming in new. But our director, our new IB director at Ironwood, needs that training because she has to be
Mrs.
aware
Robb, your
of
time
how to
is,
turn that stuff
your time
in.
is up.
So it's
Thank you.
important.
Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening again. Just a couple of comments regarding this issue. I've spoken up before the board before on staff development, and my concern at the time you all passed the DEI policy was that it would prohibit some of our staff from going to staff development. I hope this is not the case with this IB. I've watched some of our principals and our staff members being grilled up here, even though we have things in place that Dr. Hernandez put in place that ensure that our staff members will not be going to any DEI, any trainings like that. But that doesn't seem to be enough. The other big issue, of course, was the one with the fine arts, when the fine arts came up and renewal for that. So I'm hoping that that's not the issue, that if they can't go, I would rather it be for financial constraints and not because of any DEI policies, when we have the safeguards already that have been in place by Dr. Hernandez to protect us from that. These teachers go to get professional development to come back and help their kids. It's important. So I just have to stand with my teachers over here. Thank you.
That concludes our public comments. So if no questions by the board, I just need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve the staff travel request as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Ewing. And whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 12, closing call to the public, 12.1. We do have 2 public comments. First one is from Marcy Robb. I'm good, thank you. And last one is Jody Brackett. Yep, she's right there. Welcome.
President, board, hello. Speaking about speaking to the voters, you guys were mentioning earlier, would be a great idea to make sure you have integrity and you show integrity and have integrity. And so I wanted to express how disappointed I am. Ms. Ewing, you had met my husband when you were collecting signatures outside of DMV. And you told him, since I was close friends with Heather and that I would want him to sign your petition. My husband, not knowing any of you, thought he was doing a good thing on my behalf and Heather's. And he signed it. You unfortunately taken advantage of us. And it's for your gain. It's just not cool. Nor is not good integrity either. So my husband and I do not have the same views as you. You have democratic views and philosophies. We have conservative views and philosophies. And they are two different, way different views and way of thinking. I would expect more out of someone who is on a school board and making decisions for our kids and their future. So please don't do that kind of actions in the future. Be truthful, not deceitful. Thank you.
Moving on to 13.
Brooks, since I was mentioned, I would like to explain, even though she's already walked out. When her husband came forward to me, I explained that there was 2 seats available, and that I mentioned that I knew you from coming to our board meetings, and that there's 2 seats available, and that means, and that President Rooks was one of the individuals who was running, and that there were 2 seats open, and he could sign 2 petitions, and that's what I told them. So I don't feel like I deceived him. And I'm happy to, if you feel like your husband's name that being on my signature pages, you don't want it there, then I can make sure I cross it off. So, but I just wanted to let you know, I did let him know that there's 2 seats open, and the folks that have filed, and that you can sign both petitions. So,
President Ricks, if I may.
Thank you.
To bring a little more clarification, yes, there's 2 seats open, but we also have 2 seats open, but we have 2 more people, including President Rooks and Ms. Ewing's position.
I just want to make sure we're not getting into discussion. This is just for
Right, but I just want, for clarification purposes, there's 2 seats open, but there are 4 people that have filed to run.
So let me clarify, at that particular time, there weren't additional individuals who had filed at that particular time, when it was that time. But since you've requested it, I'll make sure that name's crossed off. Thank you.
Moving now on to 13, informational reports. 13.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, just one update for you. We will make sure between Mrs. Cuthbert and myself that we get that visit with Congressman Hamada added to your calendars. So should any board members want to attend, we'll get that information over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Moving on to 13.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, members of the board. So we're still tracking. There's several legislative bills that are going through that we are watching. I'm watching the 160% of our M&O funds going into instruction because that will have a budgetary impact in decisions that we make. There are several ESA that are coming through. There's actually, I've heard of an ESA election, that there might be something on the ballot for ESA as well. So we're watching those because those could have implications if we choose to become a district of choice where ESA families would come. So some of this legislation may impact that decision that we are looking at making. And then there's just a couple of other things on there for long-term funding, Prop 123, making that a more permanent, and the override and election language. So none of this has been passed. None of it is at the governor's desk yet, but I'm watching it.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to 13.3, budget report for the month of February 2026 is available on our district website. 13.4, district enrollment report for the month of March 2026 is also available. And we are moving on to 13.5, report on requested future agenda items is available for viewing. So we will move to 14, other business. 14.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Rooks. I would just like to make sure I formally request that there be an agenda item on the upcoming board meeting for the establishment of the requested Citizens Advisory Committee. I just think that the sooner we can get that established and what the parameters of that would be best. So that's one of my items. So I will second. Okay, great, thank you. I'd like to get on the Friday report the number of applicants that we've received thus far to fill the Deputy Superintendent of Academics position, because I believe that's been posted for a while, so just curious on the number of applicants we've received.
I will second.
And then Dr. Leducer, just because you've kind of discussed this, is if we can have a discussion item and presentation from district on what is going to be the structure of the academics, with the fact that we have had the leadership changeover, this new role and so forth. So I'd just like to understand the vision. So I don't know if that maybe alongside Dr. Summers, you and he can talk on that, just so we can fully understand what's the vision and the community can understand whether that role is going to be filled or if that's going to be shifted. So just a discussion and presentation.
I will second.
I mentioned for the SROs, a bullying prevention program. I know that I've been speaking, I know I've talked to Dr. Summers, Dr. Leducer, I can't remember. I feel like we've spoken about this. I know I spoke to Matt Richards, but with regards to our SROs and working with City of Peoria on just the prevention, the change of the new legislation coming across with regards to the scooters. And so I know that's happening at some of our schools. I know tonight, actually, Peoria PD was doing a presentation out to the Vistancia community on what those changes are and so forth. But just anything that we can do to partner with them to get the message out to the community of the change in the legislation and, gosh, safety. If we could get those kids to slow down and maybe not interact or interfere with the cars so much. So, okay, so the request is to coordinate with Peoria PD and our SROs to bring that into our schools, a prevention program for prevention and awareness program.
Mrs. Ewing, can you clarify, are you talking the bully prevention or the bike safety prevention?
I'm talking
or are you
about
talking both?
I'm talking both.
So you would like a presentation or an update regarding our partnership efforts related to comprehensive school safety programming, including bullying and bike safety, just so I can be clear.
Yeah, and I just know that the city of Peoria, or I guess it's city of Peoria Police is already trying to do a community awareness program of the change in the legislation. And I know some of our schools have done that presentation just because their administrators have reached out to our SROs, but I don't think all of our schools have done that. And the legislation is changing, and I think our communities need to be aware. So just however we can coordinate with them. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a full report. It's just.
Mrs. Zuni, are you asking for an agenda item, or?
I'm sorry. Let me be a little bit more clear. Let's start with the Friday report on how we're partnering with them and getting that message out to all of our school communities on the scooters and the change in the legislation. Because City of Glendale's is a little bit different than City of Peoria's, and I'm so sorry. Yes, so I'm asking us to coordinate with the City of Peoria Police Department to get that awareness.
Mrs. June, we can start with that Friday report. I think that'll help clarify, and then if there's more clarification needed, we are happy to provide more clarification.
I'm so sorry.
We got you.
And then just to start the conversations with our SROs of do they have the ability to do a bullying prevention program with the City of Peoria Police. So
I will second.
Okay. And then just an update in a Friday report.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I just have one. I want to, I don't know if it needs to be discussion or if we can go straight to, I just have one. For policy 4-201, our code of conduct, just to include some very clear language, just for clarity's sake. I know it's already covered, but just for clarity's sake, that we have an expectation that all Peoria Unified employees of any kind cooperate with police in any and all investigations.
I will second.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
Was that a line item? I missed what the beginning of that you said about the.
Well, we can do discussion then and bring it back for second read. I think in this particular one, I think we could probably forego first read and do first and only. But I'll leave that up to President Rooks.
That was one of mine, so I would make sure that was clear. Future agenda item to discussion item on bringing Spalding back into our district.
I will second.
Thank you. And I guess another discussion item or on Friday report, probably this would work, Friday report. On iReady, are we still using that program?
Ms. Bowles, I can clarify for you right now, we are not.
Thank you, Lord. That's what I wanted to hear. The reason I asked that is because they are in a lawsuit because they are data harvesting, shocker, our students' information. So that's it.
Mr. Toby? All right, I just have 4 here. Daniel, for your department, I was just curious, it can be a Friday report of how many public records requests we are currently at, what was like the requested date, just to see if we are completing them, like what type of time frame, timely manner. And that can be Friday report.
I'll second.
Thank you. Study session, if possible, in June. I don't know if we can work this into a board retreat in June. I'd like to look at the ideas behind stepping back from, it can be K through 6 or K through 8, of how much we are using technology with our students for their learning. I feel like they're so much in front of a computer screen all day, and I just really want to see what can we look at from that data perspective of maybe pulling back on some of that.
I will second.
Okay, she didn't even let me finish, but okay. Does that clarify, Dr. Summers and Dr. Leducer? Okay, great. I just wanted to see what possible Friday report, but then also like a communication piece to community and staff for Pioneer Elementary and Kachina Elementary of what are the plans with regards to the process of moving those students and working with the families and the staff. Because I know it was brought up earlier that there is no plans. So I just want to make sure that what does that look like? Just Friday report, but then also how are we communicating as soon as possible to our staff and families?
I will second that. I don't know if you heard me the first
Okay,
time.
yes, sorry, I was trying to finish quickly, but yes. Last is, I'm just gonna, for executive session purposes, to discuss if there was a possible violation of statement that was made by board member Melissa Ewing at our last meeting with regards to speaking on executive session content.
I'll second.
And that's all.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes.
I forgot one item because I don't want us to miss $1. Board Friday report's perfectly okay. I don't fully understand this, but I'm going to try my best. I do believe that there is money through ADE. It might be federal funds for programs that we are reaching out to the community. Federal monies for community schools to be distributed to eligible schools. That might be Title I, but it is the community outreach piece that I mentioned earlier. So if we can just look into that, I can also do the same. Probably not going to be a whole lot of help because I don't fully understand it, but I do know that we're getting money in other districts for community outreach and parent involvement.
I will second.
President
yes.
or President Rooks, I was hoping that maybe we can just get Azure's her skills with reaching out to the board as you were talking about the June retreat and the dates and so forth. I have my mom's celebration of life that we're going to be doing in June. So if maybe we can just reach out to the board and start talking about dates so we can make sure that all are available. I don't know if that needs to be an agenda item, but
I will second that. Okay, yes, we'll work on that with schedules for everybody.
Thanks.
Yes. All right, if that is it, we'll move on to 15 adjournment, 15.1 adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by myself, Ms. President Rooks, and Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting adjourned at 11:57 p.m.